Good day. Welcome to the presentation by Andrea Digitalizacja.
Hello.
I'll just introduce
Ladies and
myself.
gentlemen, unfortunately the
Tomasz
interpreting booth
Truskowski
cannot hear
from
the
National
speaker.
Library of
Please use the
Poland.
microphone or
And,
a
this
microphone
is
if you would
the
like us
last
to
of
interpret
the
into
series
English.
of workshops this year. I hope to follow up next year. And if you miss anything today during the presentation, all recordings will be made available at the website of the National Library of Poland. Look for Centrum Kompetencji, Center of Competence, and welcome. Is everything fine technically? Okay. Andrea.
Okay. Nice to meet you, everybody. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the organization for having invited me, because it's a great possibility for me to widen my relationships with people working with digitizing projects, but also to see this wonderful town. It's the first time I came here. So I hope you enjoyed this presentation. I hope it will not be boring, as it's written here. So I hope it will be useful for you. And I have to put glasses, because this year I started to use glasses. Age is coming, so come on, let's go. The title of the presentation is Methods and Tools to Build Your Digitalization Process. So we will start to speak about all you need for setting up your digitizing process. Maybe I will speak about many things that you know, many things that you don't know. Okay, we shall see. So, what we will see today. Okay, we will talk about digitization methods. We will talk about standards. It will be one-day presentation, so it's a long time. I hope with some breaks, but I know that there are some breaks, coffee breaks, and so on. I will not be to the whole program here. We will see point after point. Some rules, about today. I put some questions and answers sessions, but please, if you have some questions, just raise your hands. Okay, and we will make it more interactive. So if you have some specific questions on the subjects, so raise your hands and maybe we can talk together and see if I can answer to your questions. For translators, my English is usually sufficient, but if there are some problems, I hope that they will tell me, okay, what are you saying? Okay. There you have my mail. If in the future you want to have some clarification, some additional information, whatever, for me is an occasion to know people dealing with digitization projects, so it can be interesting. Who is Andrea Digitalizacja? Is me, of course. I am Andrea Digitalizacja. But why Andrea Digitalizacja, and what I can bring to you, what I can offer in terms of experience? Okay, I will start showing where my working life in the world of digitization started. Started there. That's a monastery. So I worked 6 months. The name is Santa Scholastica Monastery. It's up on the mountains. There is nobody, just 6 or 7 priests there. And that is the library inside. And this has been the very first job I made in my life. Okay? I lived there 6 months with the monks, sleeping with them in a separate room, eating with them, okay? And using this scanner here. We have a small museum in our company with all devices we have been using during the time, and this is the most loved piece of my museums, because I worked with him 6 months, okay, in this monastery. I had a column of letters like this. I take one letter, one document, put on the flatbed scanner, pushing the button, and 80 seconds at the 300 dots per inch, waiting for one single scan. So you can imagine how it was, this type of work at that time, taking one document, putting on the flatbed scanner, and waiting 80 seconds. The project was about 25,000 images, 80 seconds for 25,000. It's 2 million seconds, 555 hours, 69 days, so 3.4 months. Probably today we could do the same job in 1 week, maybe more or less. So just to give you an idea, but you know, of course, how the technology evolved in this world. So yes, I was wondering what I can offer to you in terms of what you know already, what you should get from me. I just put some of the equipments I have been using in my life, okay? So I have had experiences with the flatbed scanners, planetary scanners, rotative scanners, automatic scanners, everything. And my aim is not to give you the right solution, because the right solution does not exist, but there is the right solution for that specific case. So we will deal with different cases, and I will try to explain you what can be the best equipments, the best approach according to the case that you have to work with. Just going through some of the works I have been dealing with. My experience is on any kind of materials, old documents, precious documents, bigger, wider, and any kind of documents that you can imagine I have been working with. You can see there are parchments, seals, really any kind. I will go here faster because we have 1 hour less according to my program. So in some points of the presentation, I will go faster than I thought. Also microfilm, as you can see there. Documents that are not really the best condition. Okay. Photographs, albums. I have calculated that probably I have been dealing with about 18 million images in my life in cultural heritage world. About. But probably you're not here to see and to hear who I am, but what is my experience. So you won't hear what I am, but relax, because I will try to just pass through my experience. So I will not speak by myself more than I spoke up to now, but I will try to tell you what is my experience. I put one survey online, but I didn't see many answers. So I will make the answer now. So just raise your hands, if it's possible, to understand who has been in his life, working life, has been dealing with digitizing projects. So did you have some experience in digitizing projects, no matter in which role? Maybe you have been the project manager, an operator, organizer. I don't know if one of you in the audience have been such an experience. Super, almost everybody. Okay, perfect. Okay. So Please forgive me if sometimes I will tell you something that you know, but it's the basic to understand. Because sometimes it seems strange, but when I spoke with the people dealing with the digitizing processes, we speak about, for example, a basic principle like resolution, and I ask, what is a resolution? But they don't know. I mean, they know that 600 dots per inch is better than 300 dots per inch, okay? Or pixel per inch, should be better. But they don't know what does it mean. So I will lose just 5-10 minutes to explain some basic principle, computer science principles, okay? Computer science is based on, still today, on binary information. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Nothing has changed, okay, from this point of view. This gave us the possibility to explain, to go deeper into information to any single pixel, any single point, with more information. So you can have 1 bit black or white, so you will have 2 colors, between commas, okay, black and white, or you can have 2 bits, 4 bits, 8 bits. This means that any single pixel will have more information according to the number of bits which are foreseen for this kind of work. That's a very easy graphical representation of what does it mean. On the left part of the image, you have data, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, and you have black, white, and you have the representation, basic representation of an image, okay? Black and white image. Today, we are working usually at 24 bits, but requirements are becoming higher and higher in this technology, so they are often asking for 48 bits or something like that, which makes, we will speak about that, which makes the image much more bigger in terms of weight, digital weight. There are a lot of information. And what is important to know, and I will repeat many times in this presentation, is that the right quality of an image is not the right quality as principle, okay? We have to think about the quality of the images you want to produce according to the goal, the target that you have. So, spending a lot of money and time to have the best image in your life, okay? But probably the only aim is reading the content. I don't know if it's the right process. I just say that maybe we can think about it. I worked in many projects. For example, I don't know, magazines or newspapers, okay? What the users or audience is looking for when they are searching in this type of documents. They don't want 48 bits quality image, the best image in their life. They want to read information on that image. Probably, as there are several million of pages in newspapers and magazines, it's better to process them, to have good quality, also for preservation, because this is another point, okay? But what is more important, of course, is reading information inside, okay? Just to give you an idea, again, please forgive me, because maybe this information is something that you already know, but it's better to lose some minutes to speak about them. On the left part, you see that you have one square, at 72 dots per inch. Again, pixel per inch, PPI, should be better to speak about that. And on the right part, you have 300 dots per inch. What does it mean? This is not 72 points in an inch. It means 72 points for any side of the inches. So 72 times per 72 times, it's 5,184 pixels. So at low resolution, you have more than 5,000 points in 1 inch. 1 inch is 2 centimeters and 54 millimeters. So if you make the same calculation at the 300, you will have 300 per 300, and you will get 90,000 points in 1 inch. 90,000 points. It's not so small number, okay? I work in some projects where they're asking now 1,200 PPI in 1 inch. I will not make the calculation, but it's a lot of information. This creates a very, very big images, difficult to save, to long restoring. So it's quite difficult projects. So that's why I told you it's better, and we will see after, it's better to have the idea of what I want to reach in terms of target, and then to adjust your process according to that. On the right part of the page, you see what is the technical details about camera sensor. If you have one camera sensor, means that the whole resolution of the camera will be spread on the area that you are picturing. So what does it mean? Of course, that if with the camera it's at this height, on this area, for example, A4, you will get one resolution. If you want a bigger resolution, you have to go closer, okay? And all the resolution of the camera will be spread on the area. So with zoom or moving the camera to enrich data, to have a higher resolution or lower resolution, you have to go closer or far from the subject, okay? Why I'm telling you that? Because now in this, say, couple of years, maybe, there are very powerful area sensor, okay? So while up to a couple of years ago, most of producers, scanner producers, were using a linear sensor. We shall see after that. So traditional scanners with the line which shifts left to right or right to left on the documents. Now, most of the producers are turning their productions into having a different technical approach using camera, okay? So just one shot, click, 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 and you have your digitizing. Why in the past it was not possible? Because the sensor of the camera were not powerful enough to get enough resolution. So this is, okay, it seems complicated, but it's not. Okay, it's how a linear scanner works. So start from left to right, or right to left. A linear sensor shifts along the documents, okay, and it puts all the points of its sensor in different lines, in many lines, along the documents. What does it mean? That if you have an A4 scanners, you can reach any kind of resolution compatible with the sensor you have on the scanner, but you can make it just on A4 format. If you have A3, you can make it the same on A3, A2, and so on. We will talk about other differences in using camera scanner or sensor line scanners. Okay. That's, for me, it's one of the most important point of the presentation. I told before, higher resolution means sharpness. I mean, when I scan at higher resolution, did I get a better images in terms of sharpness? No, it's not like this. I can have better images in one sense, but if I want to have a sharp images, I have to be careful to many other details. Okay. I will read that. Sharpness describes the clarity of detail in a photo and can be a valuable creative tool for emphasizing texture. You can see in the lower part of the slide, here, and so, acutance and resolution. Acutance describe how quickly image information transition to an edge. And so with acutance results in a sharp transitions and detail with clearly defined borders. What does it mean? That if you want to have a sharper image, you must have a very good camera or sensor. You must have a very good lens. You must have very good light. Light is one of the most important things in this world. Okay. But resolution helps, okay, to distinguish between closely spaced elements of detail, such as the two sets of lines shown aside. What does it mean? That if you zoom at the extreme to an image, you can clearly see the differences in details. But if you don't have enough acutance or sharpness, probably you will not get sharper images as you want. So, please, in your digitization process, be careful to calculate the right resolution you want, because if you don't calculate properly, you will get bigger images, giant images, but probably, I don't say useless, but you will have a lot of problems in terms of management, in terms of how you manage those images. Okay. Here we have some examples. Okay. Here, I don't see if you see the. Okay, here. Okay. High acutance, resolution low. Low acutance, resolution high. The best, of course, is a combination of the two. I don't know if it's easy to see the differences from the images, but here you have sharp images and quite good sharpness in terms of quality. Here probably is sharp, but resolution doesn't help you to see the details of the images. And the same here, okay? Both images have not been sharpened, so it's the natural images, left and right. The image here on the left appears softer and less detailed. And here it seems sharper, but it's, I wouldn't say a trick, but something like that, because it's a softer process which makes the image sharper, but there are some problems in making acutance so high to have sharper images. So again, a combination of the two values, it's the right, it's the best, and it was one of the most difficult target to reach. I will show you later. There are some standards which regulates the quality of the images, okay, international standards. And they are based on some rules, and some of these rules are based on right resolution, right sharpness. If one of the two fails, you will not get the best image, okay? Now, we shall take a look at hardware and software. As I told you before, there is not the perfect tool, but there are different tools according to your needs, okay? So, we will have some videos. Some of them are old devices, some are newer, okay? But it's essential to me to show you which is the difference among different equipments, okay? Here we have a classic book cradle scanner, okay, which can be used for books that can be easily opened, that they don't have problems in terms of conservation. Okay? And is based on line sensor head, so it's not a camera sensor. The line makes this movement from left to right, okay? And we will get the scanning. Should be video connected, which gives me the possibility to relax a little bit my voice. This is just to give you an idea. This is a technology maybe 15 years ago. This scanner we're still using. And is a perfect example of a technology which gives back a very, very high quality. But as you can, you cannot see the video. That is why. Because it's in another window. So. No? I should ask the help of the technician here, because, okay, maybe I found a way. It's not the best, but I will manage like this. Okay. Hopla. Yes, got it. Is my brother there? 15 years younger. So, actually, for example, at the Vatican Library, they're using this technology, not exactly this technology, but very close to this technology. Okay. As you can see, the scanning is very, very slow, and there is also another problem. Okay, you scan, you have your images. Now, the book cradle is quite gentle. I mean, not perfect, but quite gentle, because there is, as you can see, the books goes up and then slow to the glass. Okay. But of course, you have to be sure that it is always in the same position. So you have to preview the image, and then if the book is the same position, you can scan it. Okay? But we will see that today it's not like this anymore, of course. But I can assure you that still today, that technology can be, in terms of quality, quite compatible with technology that we have today in terms of quality. What does it mean? That the producer here used very, very high quality components in terms of sensors, lens, anything which is in that scanner. 38 seconds for a scan. Okay, today it wouldn't be acceptable, you know, probably in a process, okay, digitization process. Okay, I will not go longer to that. I have to close from here because I cannot see here. Okay. If you will get, I don't know if you already had the presentation, but I get it will be shared, the presentation. Here I put one table where I put some features for any single scanner to say general usability, general production speed, image quality, book cradle usability, book cradle speed, sensor quality, and acquisition speed. And I put some rates for any of this point. Okay, can go further. Okay. This is the same machine, of course. And you can see what happens if you have some difficult books that you cannot open. We lost the signal. Okay. There are many tools producers made to make it happen if you have problems in opening the books. Okay, this is one. Of course, it's not the only one. But what do you have to do now? You have to probably scan before all right pages or all left pages, and then you put together. You have to be sure that you didn't jump any pages, because otherwise you have a mix, and you will not find any more your pages at the right place. So you must be very careful. Okay, so you have to pay attention to that. And of course, if you have to set up this scenario and you have to work with this process, you need more than double time to scan the whole book. But we have one positive side here. We will speak about algorithm and applications which corrects the binding of the book. So if you're scanning a flat book, you have the problem, usually, that the book here, there is one difference. This algorithm works. There are some of them working very good, but they will never work so good as if you scan that way. Okay? So this is also a choice. I can go faster, having a book with this problem inside the binding, and I can correct with software applications, or I can work with a tool like this, having the perfect images in terms of acquisition. Okay? Close. Okay. Oh, I want to show you something which probably is not right a point if we speak about digitalization, but indeed it is. Okay. I have one of these machines in my lab. That one. Okay. Why do I use that? For several reasons. Okay? Because dust is a problem. It's a problem for digitizing. So we are speaking about digitizing processes. So if I remove dust, it is better for digitizing. And I have a safer environment for people and devices, because dust is a problem for mechanism, for sensors, for anything you use it. So if you have possibility, if you have money to buy devices like this, It can be an option to clean your materials, and you will get clean materials, and this is important, even if you don't digitize, of course. But if you have to digitize, you can do it using those kind of machines. In these machines, for example, here we should see one video. You can put 1 meter of books, 1 meter in 5-6 minutes. It eliminates 95% of the dust. And if you want, you can also have a topic sanification. What does it mean, topic? It means external sanification. It will not go inside the pages to eliminate problems in terms of sanification. If you want to do that, you have to use the other machines. In that case, you will get very healthy documents and books. Okay? But for what we need, probably it's enough to have the machine like the left one. I can tell you this. I bought that machine to give additional services to my customers. And I said, okay, I will digitize, but if you want, I can also making dust removing and topic sanification. Of course, this process has a cost. But after 4, 5, 6 months, I decided to do it, even if they are not paying that process. I'm doing because it's better for having a better results in terms of images and also in terms of health for my operators. I will try to show you how it works. Again. There is one problem here. Let me see if I can show you, starting the video from here. It should be that one. No. Let's see if I can open with another. Let's just jump one part of the video, if it's not so important to hear.
Sanno bene quanto la polvere sia pericolosa per l'integrità del loro patrimonio e per la salute dei loro operatori e utenti. Patrimonio archivistico e librario. Questi microrganismi che si annidano nella polvere possono anche provocare reazioni allergiche ed infiammazioni delle vie respiratorie anche gravi. Per risolvere questi problemi è stata realizzata DEA, che rimuove e cattura la polvere presente sul materiale archivistico e librario. DEA è la sola macchina al mondo, completamente automatica, mobile e semplice da usare, in grado di depolverare in profondità e sanificare le superfici di libri, documenti e carte sciolte, attraverso un processo efficace.
Maybe you will learn some Italian at the end of presentation. Still, it's... Okay, of course, any producer has used this to say, okay, it's better that you sanification because you will get some results also in terms of virus. So everything, anyone is going to buy these machines for not for dusting removal or something else, but I will kill the COVID.
DEA rimuove fino al 99% dei depositi di polvere presenti sul materiale.
It is certificated to remove 99% of the dust. Maybe it will not be 99% because I guess it's very difficult to measure, but it's it works
quando
very,
anche
very
la
good.
sua sanificazione topica. L'idea opera senza mettere a rischio l'integrità del patrimonio e la salute di operatori e utenti.
It works
Con DEA oggi è
in a
finalmente
safe
possibile
camera,
risolvere i problemi
so
causati dai
you don't have
depositi di
problems with
polvere
the
e costi di
environment
gran lunga
around.
inferiori ad altri impianti e metodi esistenti.
Yes, it's very easy to use because I learned in 10 minutes how it works. It's fully automatic. You have different programs, like a wash machine. Indeed, I don't know how a wash machine works, but I know how this works. I will let translators, if they want, to translate some of the terminology which is here, because, as I told you before, it's not just a way to remove dust, but also to remove some, some problems in terms of sanification. So, yes, here you can see how it works. It's a very, very thin line of pressure air, but controlled to be gentle with the material. And this is the part of sanification. The entire cycle lasts about 5 minutes for 1 meter. So you take 1 meter of documentation, put inside, and after 5-6 minutes, everything is finished. Details on how it works. Okay. Yes, as you can see, there is one small for 0.5 meter of documentation and one bigger for 1 meter documentation. Yes, this is, one part of the process that we usually underestimate, because what is more important is not only the digitizing moment, but it is what comes before and what comes after. Because today, I would say that there are many interesting and high-quality technology to digitize. But what makes the difference is what you make before the digitization and what you make after. Okay? So not the moment in which you acquire, scan the image, but how you clean, how you position, how you work or post-work images after scanning. There you can make the difference in a process to have a better high-quality process or a lower quality process. So you must have in your mind anything you may need to have a very controlled process since the beginning to the end. I will show you quickly also this one. This also I have to use the other reader because it doesn't work, that one. Okay. I will open from here. Okay. Also here some jumps.
Musei, istituzioni pubbliche e private, il loro patrimonio, indotti da MUF degli operatori e di coloro che debbono consultarli. Per fronteggiare efficacemente questi problemi resi ancora più pressanti dall'epidemia di Covid-19, abbiamo
the right machine if you want to make a very deep sanification of the materials. This machine will kill anything which is inside your documentation which creates problems. And it makes with two different processes. With one first process using differences in terms of temperature. It makes higher and lower temperature, and this temperature exchange will create that situation in which most of dangerous problems will be killed. And then there is, of course, one specific gas which kills the remaining problems.
Consente ad archivi e biblioteche e privati di sanificare e disinfestare libri, faldoni e documenti in piena autonomia.
Okay, it eliminates all those kind of things. Okay. Insects, of course. Let's go a little bit farther.
Sanifica e disinfesta senza rischi per il materiale cartaceo, per gli operatori e per gli utenti.
Here also, you don't need any training. You have 4 or 5 different programs. You choose your program, deeper or less deeper. So you can, if you have materials which is in very difficult condition, you can use like wash machine. If it's very dirty, you go longer, and the principle is quite the same. This is the liquid that you have to put inside. It seems a refrigerator, but it's not. 5 preset programs. And you can see what happens inside the camera. It's kind of gas, yes, certified gas, yes. If I remember correctly, is sold by a German company, I guess. They have the best quality, yes. It's not poison. I really don't know which is the composition, but oh, that's interesting. Let me. You can, in this case, you can process about 7 linear meters. So you can put 7 meter like this in the machine. Of course, here is a longer process. I guess it takes the deeper process about 20-25 minutes. And then you have to wait about 1 hour. And then you can open and take back the material. Okay. Okay, I guess it's clear. There are wheels under the machine, so you can move it easily wherever you want if you don't have space. It's quite heavy equipment, but again, with wheels you can move it without any problems in your environment. Okay, let's go back to presentation.
Excuse me. Can I ask if humidity rise inside this this equipment during the process, or it's still on the same level?
Beg your
Is some
pardon?
moisture inside?
Yes, yes.
So the humidity quite go up during the process?
Yes, but in a controlled way. Yes, we have this machine has the certification by the most important Italian institute because it has been made in Italy to control moisture inside, and also by the CNR, which is another institute. So there are all certification that material will not be affected by any kind of side effect. If this was the question.
Independent of high sensitive the material will be for the, because
Yes.
in some cases it doesn't matter. In some cases when we're talking about the paper documents, the rising the humidity can be very dangerous.
Yes, you have, as I told you before, you have 5 preset programs, okay? And this is for standard material, let's say standard, okay? But then you can preset a different program, and you can decide, for example, to not exceed with humidity, moisture. You can decide to use less time that kind of process, because there are 3 or 4 different processes when you make sanification process. So if you have particular material which you think is better to treat in another way, you can set up your personalization in the programs and having better conditions according to your kind of materials. So it's programmed to have 5 preset programs to be easier to use. But if you want to go deeper, you can control any single detail of any single process inside the whole sanification process. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Pytanie, czy możemy zobaczyć, jak wygląda proces?
I have a
Wait, because,
question. Can we see how?
I should have.
Yes,
My Polish is not so good yet.
I have a question.
Okay, let's try.
Can we see a tool that cleans the volumes inside, that removes the dusts from inside? Because in my experience, I saw books that due to their provenance and due to the war, they contained sand or even fragments of bricks inside them. Could we see such a tool during the presentation, or could we at least find out some information whether such tools exist and how they work?
Yes, as I told you, I'm not an expert in this kind, of course. These machines are made by an Italian company skilled in restoring books, and they have a very, very long experience in those kind of processes. So if you can let me, after the presentation, some details, I can send you some further information, some further videos, or some further details according to the problems that you said. So for what I know, for what I'm used to see in my material, when I take a book and I use that machine, the first one on the left, from the point of view of what I see, almost the whole dust has been removed. If there are some other elements, I cannot tell you, but if you are interested, I can, put in contact or I can make you send further information if these additional problems can be solved by this technology.
Dziękuję. Przy okazji
Thank you. And also think about PPI and DPI. when scanning, I understand that I can use those two terms interchangeably, and they mean more or less the same, but I also met the description that DPI is for print, and this is the value which is smaller. Are they equal values? Can we use them interchangeably?
Yes,
Tak,
you can use it
można ich
you can use it in both
używać
directions, I would
w
say.
dwa kierunki naprzemiennie.
I wouldn't say that
Nie
pixel
powiedziałbym, że
correspond to dot
piksel
per inch in
odpowiada
printing. I
dokładnie
wouldn't say
kropkom na
but
cal, czyli
it's almost the
DPI
same
w
because
druku, ale to
technology in printing
prawie
is
tak
completely
samo, ponieważ
different.
technologia
Of
druku
course.
jest całkowicie
So,
inna,
it's not
oczywiście,
true that
a więc
300
nie jest
dots
prawdą, że
pixel
300
per inch correspond to
pikseli
300
odpowiada
dots per inch in
300
printing.
kropkom
Okay? It's not
w
that way.
druku. To nie działa w ten
If you are
sposób.
interested in that, there are
Jeśli jesteście
some
tym zainteresowani, to są
which,
tabele,
according to different equipments,
które
equiparizes pixel to dots per inch
mówią,
according to type of printings that you're
jak
using. So if you're using an inkjet printers, laser printer,
w zależności
or whatever,
od tego,
it will be slightly
jakich
different.
skanerów czy
So
jakiego
probably
rodzaju
if
drukowania
you're using
używamy,
an
jak
image
jest
3
dokładnie
300 dots per inch
różnica, jaka jest zależność
digital,
między tymi
and
dwoma
you're printing
wartościami,
laser
a
or
więc na
inkjet, you
przykład
will get, of
jeśli
course, very different results in terms of
drukujecie
precision.
na różnych
So
skanerach, to będziecie mieć
it's a way
różne
to say, okay,
poziomy
we have
precyzji, a
higher
więc
resolution,
można powiedzieć, że
higher
mamy
quality-
wyższą
higher quality
rozdzielczość,
printings,
lepszą jakość druku,
resolution
ale
is not the
jeszcze raz
only-
powtórzę, że
the only matter.
rozdzielczość to nie
So,
jest jedyny parametr.
300 dots per
A
inch,
więc
the
300
pixel per inch
kropek czy pikseli na
correspond
cal
to a
może
very high quality
odpowiadać
image
bardzo
at
wysokiej
300
jakości
dots per
obrazu.
inch.
Na poziomie
600
300 kropek na
pixel per
cel
inch
600
correspond
ppi
to a
może
lower
odpowiadać
quality
niższej
image
jakości
printed
obrazu,
at
który jest
600
wydrukowany na
dots per inch,
600
the
dpi,
quality
ponieważ
scanning and the
jakość
quality of the printing
skanowania i
is not,
jakość druku
the best. So
nie
again,
jest
resolution is the
najlepsze.
point, of course, but it's not the only one.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Okay, maybe some of you have ever seen some technology which scans automatically without human touch. I don't know if you have ever seen, probably yes, some of these models or scanners. Okay, we shall take a look. And I will tell you why these three different models of scannings, which does not require the human approach, the human operators, but this is not true, we will see that. They are not producing indeed anymore, okay? And the approach has been remained to use a human operator for different reasons, okay? Just let's take a look, because if you have never seen, it's interesting.
So we're at the ALA conference. We're in the Curtis booth. We're looking at their automated book scanner. What can you tell me about it?
This is our KBIS 3 system, and it's turning pages at 2,800 pages per
It's
hour.
it's not a new technology.
Pages with a very
This scanner has about
vacuum
15
suction.
years.
So there's some air that's blown into the pages, and then this head comes down and turns the pages very gently. It's also safe for rare, fragile books.
And what cameras is it using?
We're using the 5D Mark II Canon cameras, so they're 21 megapixels each.
How much do they run? Just the cameras?
Cameras by themselves are about $5,000.
That's more than I can afford. So what are the output formats?
The output, RAW, TIFF, JPEG, PDF, switchable.
Any one of you has ever used scanner like those one? Automatic scanner? No? Better for you, it's better. Because from my point of view, any technology that I have seen automatically, I don't say that it doesn't work, okay? Any tool, it says, my grandfather said, for any different situation, you need the right tool, okay? So if you have a very, if you have a book in a very good condition, if you have a book which has not paper with dust, light or something like that, maybe you can use a scanner like this. I don't know if you know the project Google Books, probably you know it. I don't know. Okay, they're using those kind of scanners to scan thousands and thousands of books. I can assure you that the result is not the best that you can expect. And then I saw all these scanner in actions, and when I tested with the different kind of books, I have never seen a complete digitizing of a book without some problems. I mean, jumping some pages or some problems in the approach, creating some problems in terms of conservation to books. So, if I have to use a scanner like this, but keep an operator in front of the scanner the whole day looking at the scanner if there are no problems, probably it's better if this operator works with other kind of scanners. And that is why this model and the model that we are going to see, I guess they are not produced anymore, or they didn't have so big success, okay? So from my point of view, the scanner which pretends to scan automatically without human touch is still, I don't say a dream, but something which is not very useful yet. I will show you the other because it's interesting. Okay. Sheets in motion. This is funny. This is called. This is the so-called bionic finger, because it simulates the finger of a human touch, which turns the page. Okay, so you will see. Very romantic presentation. Yes, old school presentation. You see, it makes a little bit the corner of the page, like if you have the finger, like this, and then there is one mechanism which turns the page. Okay? Again, you can see it's a perfect book. It's okay. There are two cameras. All these models are based on a double camera, left and right, so you can shot two single pages from one side to another. Kidenus. Okay. The idea, again, is not bad. I mean, but first of all, this technology was very expensive. I'm not sure to remember correctly, but I guess that more or less those machines costed about 150, 180,000 euros each machine. So this is another one, another kind of philosophy. It's using electrostatic to turn pages, you will see. Here I have a funny event that I want to tell you after. I guess that this scanner is still in production. this principle, this model is based on a completely different technology, different approach. So there is a sensor left and right. There are no cameras. Okay. And it's using, as I told you, electrostatic energy to turn the pages, to attract pages and then turn it. The quality here is it's good, okay, in terms of quality of the images. But I was in a presentation to demo of this scanner in a safe environment. I should expect safe environment. It was an exhibition in Milan, Italy. I said, okay, I would like to see how it works. So there was the demo book. It should be perfect. 3 pages. Pages didn't turn correctly, remain in the half. The scanner goes inside and crashed the pages in front of me. After three pages. I don't know if you have experiences in those cases, but in my experience, I have never seen those scanners used in libraries or archives. Above all, if you have precious books, no way. Okay. And you are satisfied?
It's very old equipment.
Yes.
We use it human powered.
Okay. So you are confirming my theory. Yes, okay. However, the idea from my point of view was excellent in terms of theory, but then when you apply, again, it's not the same. Let's go further. Of course, here you will see some brand names, it's not my point of my presentation to give you an idea of branding devices. It's just, a wide panorama of the possibilities, but maybe sometimes I used one machine for the presentation, another, but I want to show you just the principle of the device. Okay, this probably is the most classical.
Since 1983, customers have relied on New England Document Systems to convert historical and confidential documentation to a manageable and searchable format, such as high-resolution digital images. Customer demand has increased considerably for custom archival digitization of fragile historical texts, as well as bound books, lab notebooks, and so much more. We utilize our Zoichel book scanner and its OmniScan Pro software for the majority of jobs we get that can't be scanned using our high-speed codec scanners. Project materials such as first edition printed books, old magazines, newspapers, photographs, even fragile historical texts require a more specialized approach when it comes to digitizing them at a high quality with a quick turnaround. The Zoichel scanner and OmniScan Pro software are invaluable tools when it comes to our non-standard jobs because both the machine and the software are very customizable and can easily and quickly be adapted to suit any specifications that are required. We begin by creating a new job or a file collection that will be our working space. From here we name the file and can choose a directory for where all the subsequent files.
Okay. It's not my intention now to go deeper into the software application because it's not this, the theme. I wanted to show you this device because from my point of view, and I have been using those kind of philosophy in scanning, which has not electronic book cradle that you can control separately, one plate or another, but it's a balance, it's a natural weight, which just press up the document to the glass, okay? What is the positive side of this technology? Because it's not real technology, the book cradle, okay? First of all, you don't have electronic problems. I have, maybe, I don't know, someone of you remember, one model called 5000 Zeuchel. It has 22 years. I'm still using the book cradle. I changed the column, I changed the camera, but I'm still using. Why? Because it's a mechanism. There are very simple mechanisms inside. So you will never get some problem in terms of electronics or mechanics. It will work forever, let's say. Okay? Of course, there are some problems in using this kind of technology. So if I can give you an advice, I would use it again with books that has no problem in terms of conservation, because you can't control how is the strength of pushing up the bottom against the glass. So if you have books without problems of conservation, you can use it because it's also very, very fast. You have a mechanical book cradle. The glass comes over the book cradle, and the weight comes down, so to generate flattened pages to be correctly scanned. Okay?
Images, settings, and functions of the job are stored as the file from this menu, built-in sensor, and then scan the entire scanner bed.
What is also interesting, and I want to point out that detail, is you have seen the scanning is quite fast. It's not a camera sensor, so it's not a shot, it's a linear sensor, okay, but it's quite fast. Again, anytime in any activity, I would say, in any field, it's always a problem of balancing production and quality. Production and quality, okay? Usually, you want higher quality, you get lower production. You want higher production, you get lower quality. So it's always an effort to find the right balance among those two principles. From my point of view, this particular machine, but also I saw many other machines like that, has a good production. The quality, then we have to detail what we mean for quality, because no, just to say quality, it's not enough. We have seen now resolution and sharpness, but there are other important points to define what is quality. For example, just to give you another advice. Usually, all these scanners are based on viewing through lens, like photographic, you know? And you probably know that the quality of the image through the lens is better in the center, is lower in the corner. So, again, if you're using a very high quality lens, probably you will get a better image because the view of the scanner, of the sensor, of the camera is better in all the part of the image. I saw a lot of projects, for example, on big images, big, let's say A1 or A0. They made scanning. You have a very high detailed images, very sharp in the middle of the image. Then you go in the corner and you have to put your glasses to see because it's out of focus or something like that. This can depend also by other problems. For example, the document is not very flat, okay? But again, what you are using in terms of mechanical part, book cradle and lens and lights, we shall see, is as much as important as the electronic technology. So sensor, scanner is important, but again is, for me, much more important how you position your document. The best way you position your document, the best scan you can have. no matter which kind of scanner you're using. It's a general rule.
Just how much of the plates and in what color mode and quality scan software truly becomes invaluable in the pursuit of efficiency.
Oh, this is also an interesting part of the video where I would like you to note something important. We decided to digitize this image having this black border, okay? For example, 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter, whatever. When I said it's important to have quality and production, I wanted to mean that it's very important when you scan that after scanning you have a product that you don't have to post work. I mean, the more perfect you have your image after scanning, the more you're saving time after. How does it work, this software, for example? You make a pre-scan, okay, or there are some features which allows you to make a recognition of the image, okay, detecting of the image, and making this queue or something like that, okay, but not always they're working properly. So the approach of this application is I scan, and then there inside, in that part here, I can use some feature to post-processed image. I can cut it, I can deskew, I can do something which makes my image better than the original. So the approach is, I scan. Probably when I scan, I try to have the best images I can have, and then I post-process directly inside the application. So the output should be finished. I will tell you later which process for me is better than this from the point of view of philosophy, but also concrete approach. Okay? But this is also interesting, this approach, in terms of how to scan and then think what I have to do to make my scan better than the original scan.
Through the use of filters. These changes are applied automatically as soon as the scan processes. We see the filters work to produce a high-quality image of the page. Another filter we like to use is the unsharp mask filter, which functions very much like the similar tool in a lot.
That's why this is what we spoke before, unsharp mask. So it's a digital feature which let you have a more sharp image, sharper images. Okay, you can see here. Here is a little bit out of focus. Here is better. But if you exaggerate, if you go farther with this filter, you risk to have an unnatural, not natural image, and you risk to have some further problems. So always keep the right balance between these two parameters.
Editing software. Especially on pages that are text-heavy, this filter enhances the quality of the tones and sharpens the image overall. Just like the clip settings can be copied from clip to clip, so can these exact filter settings be.
One interesting, I was thinking now, one interesting detail about unsharp mask is that most of this application uses software sharpening, but the best way to have sharp images is to have the right optics, the right photographic approach. If you have sharp images in terms of viewing optically, probably you can have more possibilities to have a better digital images. And probably you can also avoid, not totally, but avoid to use this feature, this digital tool.
clips. Now that our clips are in place, the filters have been applied, and we quickly check the quality of the resulting image to make sure that no information is cut off. The process becomes almost automatic. From here, the operator typically needs only to flip the pages of the material and click the scan button on the software menu, or use the buttons on the scanner, adjust the position and height of the book plates, and position the glass plating.
Again, when they're showing this on demo movie, there are always perfect books. Perfect books, you can flatten, you can use it, you can do whatever you want. I'm wondering if you would use this technology with the ancient, old and precious book. Probably not. Okay, so again, this is an interesting approach. It's very fast, very productive, but it can be used in such conditions. Okay?
Another piece of the scanner that helps us achieve a high-quality scan every time, especially on materials that are harder to hold and position manually. The scanning...
Look now how the operator had to press down the book to make it flatten. Okay, those two tables under the glass are pushing very, very strong. Probably you flatten your book and you obtain what you want. A flattened book to be good digitized, but poor book, I would say.
Process takes seconds and an instantly very easy to complete entire books. In the job completion settings,
On the other hand, this approach is very good for if you have single documents. So if you have letters or whatever, if you don't have problems of binding books, deep books, you can use it without any problem.
we can rename the original files to an and in this menu we can select that option as well.
Okay, here
Potential errors in the scanned product affluence of images updated to account for these new and consistent parameters. We can save all of.
In general, what I want to introduce as a concept is that the application you're using for scanning sometimes is more important than the scanner itself. I mean, it makes you save a lot of time, because if the automatic correction of the scanner, if the parameters that you can set up are ideal for your target, if you have automatic crop of the images, if you have automatic deskewing of the image, the more this feature work, the more you save a lot of time. Okay, let's go to what is. I guess it's coffee break time. Let me just. Yes. Maybe we can respect the program. welcome back there, and we'll make some further consideration. It's a very fast process. Not only, usually it's quite a precise process. Colors are quite good, not the best, but quite good. So, a question. Are you really sure that all the materials that you have in archives, museums, or library of this kind cannot be digitized that way? I would make some questions. Why? Because this brand new technology, and also the other machines that we'll see in some minutes, are very, very, very gently on the materials. So, actually in my lab we are using for digitizing drawings in the English terminology, in the building documents. You know, all the documents that you set up for buildings, projects, you know, in the town council when you need to build a new house, okay? You have to provide drawings of the house, drawings of the buildings, okay? So it's not subjected to cultural heritage rules, so we are using it for that. So I have some responsiveness in terms of how gently can be these scanners on these materials. And I can assure you that it's quite gentle. This doesn't mean that something cannot happen, but I invite you to think about the general principle we spoke some minutes ago, production quality. If I have to do that with a planetary scanner, I need probably 5, 6, 7 times longer than with these machines. This doesn't mean, again, that I will use this machine, but probably the best way to approach the digitalization process is to make a right assessment of the material that you have. Probably you can discover that, I don't know, 50, 60% of your material can be worked with these kind of machines, and maybe the other 50, 40% of materials needs planetary scanners because there are problems in terms of conservation. Okay? This is another interesting question because these scanners can reach usually at least 600 ppi, but there are many models which reach also 1,200 ppi. And as you know, often in the drawings you have very small characters, you know, which indicates the name of the towns, some number, digits, okay? So probably sometimes you need to zoom a lot. So again, we have said that the resolution is not the only problem, but can help. So this scan, I guess, it has been made at 300 ppi. So of course, if you scan at 600, it will be a slower process. But also from that point of view, if you want to reach 600 ppi in 8.0 format by a planetary scanner, you will have to spend at least 100,000 euros to buy the device. Do you want to know how much does it cost, that one? Probably you know. 6, 7, 8,000 euros. So I would think, just think, okay?
So Next Image Repro will allow us to do batch scanning like this and just keep feeding our originals in. And it'll automatically number. Now, this has the most buffer in memory in the scanner, so that if I, for instance, were to take a very large scan, Okay?
Probably he is creating more conservation problems while manipulating the document than when he put in the scanner. What does it mean? Again, the process for conservation is not only while you are scanning, but while you are picking up your document, you put wherever you have to put, okay, and then you scan. But did you see? He took the drawings and make some jokes and put in the scanners. Probably if you take gently and you put in the scanner, probably is better. But now in this video, he wants to show how he's fast, of course. But however, the manipulation before the scanning, you will have it. Even if you have planetary scanner, you have to take your drawings gently and put on the scanner. So that time that you lose in that part of the process, you will have, even if you are using a planetary scanner or rotative scanner.
If I was even to scan at even higher resolution, the memory inside the scanner will make it so that it continuously scans through, and the US...
When you see here the image is already inside your hard disk. There is no time for transferring, explained in the video, because there is a memory buffer, hardware memory buffer in the scanner, so you don't have time to transfer the image, which is another problem in the scanners. Usually, sometimes if you have bigger images, you scan, and then you wait that your image is inside your hard disk before doing the next image. Now, there are faster connections, USB 3, USB 4, so many things that improve the SSD hard disk. So probably now it is not a real big problem like it was before. But you also can have this kind of problem.
High-speed interface will get it to the PC as fast as all that. Very fast. But there are times when you want it to...
That is very interesting. Okay. Speaking about how gently a scanner can be, a rotative scanner can be on some material.
Go slower. When you have maybe a delicate original or something thin, there are buttons here for changing the speed to something slower. If I feed my original in, nice and delicate, this is what we call our soft handling. And it's not a function we have to reach for in the software. We can move directly from the front panel to get that scanned in. Does a great job. This is IQ Quattro 1200 DPI production CIS scanner. You're going to love it.
So you have also gentle options. So if you have some material, again, you can make an assessment of your material. Maybe I have some material that I can scan very fast, some material that I can scan with the gentle mode using that device, and some material where I could need just planetary scanner because, the state of conservation is so low that I cannot use those kind of equipments. Okay. Well. Again, if you will get the presentation, I put some marks there, my personal marks, for each detail, for any device, so you can find what is my opinion. In terms of motivation, why using one particular device or another one. Okay, this is also interesting.
Okay, moving right along. We're going to show you next the IQ Flex. This is a little bit different product line in the context lineup.
This is completely flat scanners. Of course, there has been indeed an increase of this kind of approach. So flatbed scanners, but with wider area. So about A2, not more than A2. I see one A1 and also one A0. But it can be an approach. So you don't have problem to rotate the document. You just put your document on a flatbed scanners and you scan. So from the point of view of conservation, it's quite interesting approach.
This is a flatbed scanner, and it is once again CIS imaging technology like the IQ Quattro is. This is for scanning things like books, textiles, irregular shaped items, thick items. In this, obviously, the contact array imaging sensors move underneath the document versus the document moving through the scanner like the other scanners do. As I mentioned, CIS, it comes with an onboard controller. All right, so it doesn't need a PC. However, there are some benefits to operating this with an additional PC. It'll also that cover can come right off.
Let's go to the operative
Bit
part.
of wall covering. It's got a texture to the material itself. And I'm going to put the skin face down. And I'll push this down and show you some of the interface. So it's very much like any other copier, so that you have places to put your sticky notes and your paper clips, etc. It's a USB stick here that allows you to scan directly to USB. We can also scan using this menu here. It's a nice touch-driven menu. I can scan to PC. I can scan to email directly. I can make a copy. Another function called the back. You've got Ethernet as well as USB wireless on the camera. But I can add functions right here before I now. Again, I have the ability to do these textures materials. I've got full color graphics or other fabric type materials. There's a special mode for scanning books. Let me set these aside.
I wouldn't do that, but just to show you.
If I take and place my original down here where it shows me a book angle, this plate moves up and down, and I can then allow it to not break a spine. And if I scan and select the mode as book, it'll do multiple steps to make multiple files left and right side.
I have to tell you something about that. Probably, and I say probably, I cannot demonstrate this, but probably I founded my company with my father. My father has always been in computer science world. My mother is restoring books, ancient books. So I created a company to make my mother and my father happy. So computer science and restoring, okay? When we started to make this job, there was no technology called planetary scanner. But I will show you later, one of the first job we made, it was a collection of books for children, okay, but with very, very delicate paper, very delicate bindings. So we had to do something like that. Take the book, put on the scanner, push, and okay. So we thought, but why don't we overturn the criteria? So we made something like that. We took a Fujitsu flatbed scanners, A3, we overturn it, and with the eye compressor, we created 2 plates, okay? And so, psh, and the plate goes up, psh, and the plate goes down. So we probably created the first planetary scanner in the history, because I cannot say that it's the first idea, but internet was not so widespread at the time, so I cannot be sure if in the world there was some solution like that. But we did it by ourselves. But there was a problem. The scanner was not designed to work upside. What happens? That the sensor, when you work upside, makes like this, something like that. So we have to open the scanner, trying to change the binaries which led the scanner, the sensor from left to side, we personalized inside, and we have made that project with that scanner. So, of course, today there is no reason to do that, but this is just to say that still today, in terms of precision, color, respect, and all those kind of things, flatbed scanners are still something to consider if you want a good result in terms of quality. There is a simple reason for that. In this case, your original is in contact with the sensor. There is no optics. Optics creates problems. You can have the best optics, you can imagine the best set of your lights, lens, and camera, but you will have always some optics problems. Okay? In this case, there is no optics. Your original is in contact with the sensor, so you will get a very good result. So, maybe you can take into consideration for some kind of documentation also this particularly solution.
My original for my book scan. Okay, I also have the capability of doing an oversize with a stitch. So if I have this nice...
This is also interesting. He will show you how to scan different part of the drawings. So one part and then another part, because the drawing is wider, bigger than the area of the scanner. And then there will be an auto-stitching feature, which will put together the two parts, and you will obtain one image. Again, stitching, no matter the quality of the application, cannot be always so precise. So you can have some overlapping of the images, you can have some problems. But again, what is the purpose of the image? I have to read it, or I have, for example, to georeferencing. I don't know if you are familiar with georeferencing, I think so, okay? If you have drawings that must be very, very precise, probably you cannot use stitching technology, because probably you have 1 millimeter of shifting of documents. 1 millimeter in one drawings becomes 10 meters in the reality, okay? So if you have to use your drawings to measure in reality, 1 millimeter of difference can make the difference in this is your house, this is my house, because there are 10 meters difference, okay?
4 by 36 inch sheet, and I only have 18 by 24 inch scan capability. I can say I need to scan some size instead of auto size. I say, no, I've got a 24 by 36. And it will then prompt me to go ahead and go into a scan mode, which will allow me to scan oversized drawings in multiple steps. Okay. Last.
Okay. Again, maybe you have one set of materials where 98% of the materials can go in A2 format, and maybe 2% it's outside. If you have to choose one device, maybe you can expect to put all materials in the area A2 and maybe use a stitching technology for the remaining part. It's an option. The next one is one of the most interesting technology I have seen.
We're now ready to show you the flagship of the product line, the Context HD Ultra X. And we've got it connected to the Zero Turn Scanning Productivity Center. So the scanner itself is a camera scanner. It's color, of course. It's a high production scanner. This particular unit is a 4290, meaning it's 42 inch. It also comes in a 36 inch mode and a 60 inch model. Mentioned it's a camera scanner. There are 4-channel cameras, so that you do RGB and a separate channel for black, for productivity and for quality. It's a 48-bit scanner that returns 24-bit. We're operating it with next image remote or next image remote.
So this is not line sensor scanner, but it's a camera scanner. So it has inside an area sensor scanner. This means that it will be very, very, very fast, very, very gentle, and you will see after. You will try to scan something which is not so easy to scan. And it can work up to 48 bits. So probably the highest quality you can reach now in the market in terms of the number of information for each pixel.
Connected to the tablet here, left or right, and they're very easily moved. Camera will show you for itself. Right, the Quattro.
The Ultra being the flagship high-end down unit. It has extra sensors so that it can scan the size of my original without having to do a shoe shine. And bam, just that fast. Our high-speed PC, USB 3, and the HD Ultra gets our color scan to the PC immediately. I'll also say something about the PCs provided by National Liaison. They're preloaded with Next Image to make your installations that fast. So we're just going to take and scan some black and white drawings, again, face down on this unit. Or, sorry, take and draw some CAD-style drawings so you can see when you're doing your productivity, and you'll probably want it face down in the future for my settings. I can get these scanned through very quickly. Now, additionally, it has that same soft handling mode buttons. So I will select my buttons and go with a medium soft handling. So if I have delicate originals, some original blue prints with taped edges, etc., I may want to use that soft handling function. But I also have the capability, I'm going to grab my original here, of being able to do a mounted board. I simply release my OTAC, which brings this up to a height of almost ½ an inch, and I feed my board in, and then I lower the OTAC down till it's gripping my original. Take it out, and I get ready to feed.
So you regulate the height of the scanners in terms of having the right.
And with my soft handling turned on, feeds right through. Okay? And that gives me the ability to do many more projects that I could with a standard scanner. The HD Ultra X, the best scanner you can buy.
We've got CIS and SD1 Plus in the iFlex.
Okay, that's I guess less interesting. However, you have seen how starting from a rotative scanner, which can be used, but maybe not so gentle with materials, you can also approach some different technology, which is very, very, very gentle with documents, very fast and very, very high quality. And again, the cost of the scanner will never be neither close to the cost of a planetary scanner with the overhead approach. So just let's think that we can use also some further technology besides planetary scanners. Again, my aim is not to give you the right solution, but to give you a wide panorama of technology, existing technology, and help you to choose which can be the best one. Okay. This is the collection we digitized, as I told you before, with the first planetary scanner of the history with the pressure, okay? I hope this is Polish. It is, okay? I have in my hard disk here about 100,000 pages of books for children, and about 10,000 pages are in Polish. So I don't know which is the title. Anyone can tell me which is the title? Okay, is a famous one? Is a famous film? Okay, it's not Cinderella or something like that. It's okay. It's not so famous. I mean, but this has been a very interesting project. First of all, because we made it 20 years ago, and as I told you, probably one of the first, approach in terms of a planetary scanner with these overturned flatbed scanners, where we used plates to go up and down, and this was the results. About 250,000 pages. So, and the production has passed from about one scanning every 20-25 seconds to one scanning every 10 seconds. So we almost doubled the production just using this first planetary scanner. So overturning the concept, not taking the books, putting on the flatbed scanners, but using a different approach, upside down. Here, the problem was also to reach, a very high contrast, because then we made the OCR, optical character recognition, on these books. So the technology which was at that age was not so ready to have very high quality images, but using flatbed scanners like Fujitsu, as I told you, we reached a very, very high quality. And then with high quality images, you can have high quality recognition of characters. So this is a recent project. We made about 80,000 pages. That's a catalog, private foundation of one important family, Roman family, Caetani. They were the owner of about, I don't know, 1/3 of the Roman town at that age. They have buildings, lands. So there are a lot of documents about this family. And here also we used flatbed scanners. Why not? Because you see, the catalog was inside one book that you can, where you can take it out, pages, without any problems. You put on your flatbed scanners, and you do it with flatbed scanners. We had to work in the site of the customer, so we have to decide or to bring a very big equipments like planetary scanners, or work with small flatbed scanners. So in this case, we worked with flatbed scanners. Why not? This is another important family of the Scalchi in Rome. And here we digitized about 23,000 pages about this ancient and noble family. Here we used planetary scanner, and we used that kind of technology I told you before, using left lamps and right lamps, because these books were full of gold everywhere. Okay. So to obtain the good result, you have to use different angulation of the lights, or you can use this approach, so shooting before with left lamps and then right lamps, okay, to obtain a good result in terms of illumination. This is a photographic collection by one of the most important archives in Rome, called the Capitolino Archive. I have been working with them for 27 years. I remember this because my older daughter, she's 27. When I started to work with them, my daughter born, so I remember perfectly. Okay, this is a photographic collection, and you can see different problems that you can have in this kind of materials. For example, here on the left, you have some reflections on the photograph element, which is not due just by the paper, which is reflective, because is reflective, but also when the shot has been made by the photograph at the original, he didn't succeed in avoiding reflections. So you have the right part of the photograph, which has more contrast, the left part of the contrast, which has less contrast and more problems. Or here, you can have some problems in terms of giving back the right colors, because there are no colors. It's a different photographic technique, so you have to use it, special lights calibration to have better images. And also again here it's not very easy to see here, but you have much more contrast here, much less there. So you have to balance your calibration, your light calibration. This is also very interesting. These images, you can see, is not the best quality you can expect from digitizing, okay? But this comes from microfilm. So we have made these scannings about, I guess, I didn't put the year, okay, 16 or 17 years ago. We made it with one of the most interesting, for me, technology I have ever seen for digitizing microfilms or micrographics material. It was a scanner. I looked for some pictures on the internet, but I didn't find it. If someone here has connection, maybe can help me. The name of the scanner was Screen Scan. Okay, how did it work, this scanner? Probably all of you remember, and probably there are also here, the microfilm reader. You put your microfilm, okay, and you can see on the reader. They created a technology which works not on the microfilm, but on the screen. So it's like if you put your flatbed scanner, you put on the screen like this and scan. The principle is that, okay? They invented one line sensor scanner, shifting on the screen of the microfilm, scanning the image not on the microfilm, but on the image which is projected on the screen of the microfilm reader. So the resolution that you can get is not what you can get if you scan the microfilm in a very small area, but it's like if you take your paper and you put in a flatbed scanner and you scan it. It was a very, very, very intelligent and technical solution. Probably they didn't have the possibility to, to deliver properly in the world this technology, because for me it was one of the best ideas I have ever seen in this world, let's say. Why did you have to use this technology? Because also here, I will show you, I guess, at the end of presentation, the aim of the project was optical character recognition of the letters inside the documents. So you can imagine the quality of the microfilm is not really so good. You have to scan analog quality, original quality, which is not so good, and you have to obtain the best quality that you can to let your OCR application makes the job to have the higher accuracy in terms of recognition of your characters. After 16 years, this job is still online. I will show you later. And the quality of recognition is very, very interesting. Okay? It cannot be comparable with some tools that you have today, because of course technology now is much more better, but we were very, very, very satisfied about this job. Maybe you recognize someone here. It's something that we are not very proud of, but it's history. So maybe here, you cannot see here, but I guess maybe the name tells you something. Benito, yes, the name was Benito. The surname was Mussolini. Okay. This is a photographic collection here. This is the Central State Archive, so the biggest archive in Italy. So the archive which pick up most of the collection from other archives. When they don't have place anymore, they bring it to the Central State Archive. Okay. And it has been a nice job, 13,000 photos. Here we work with planetary scanner, book cradle. Why? Because these photographs are not, spare photos that you can put on flatbed scanners, but was on album. So you have many problems in terms of reflection again, because you cannot flatten, because even if you press, you have your photos which makes like this. Okay, so we have to find some way to flatten better the image. So we put some soft materials. So some of the differences in terms of height of the photos can be supported by soft materials, which pushes from down. We regulate the lights in different angulation, not to have reflections. And I have to say that the result was quite interesting. But again, is an example on how the technology you use is important, of course, but is also important the approach that you have in manipulating the material and put the technology in condition to have the better possible result. This was the original program. Okay, I put here some question and answer session. So I don't know if you have up to now some questions about what we have seen until now. In terms of equipments, scanning photographs, scanning microfilm. If you have some curiosity that you want to ask, please do it, or we go on, no problem. Just I'll let you a few seconds to speak, to think about answers if you have questions, if you have. Okay, if you don't have it, okay. We go to some other use cases. This is a collection of local newspapers. I don't know how you are familiar with Italian geography. However, this is a region called Puglia. This is in the south of Italy. If you have the possibility, go there because it's a wonderful place. You can eat very good. The sea, it's wonderful. So if you had to choose something in Italy, Puglia can be one of the places where I recommend you to go. I don't know if you have never seen. Maybe you are familiar with trulli. Trulli is that ancient white houses made like a small pyramid, white, total white. There are entire towns built with this architecture. It's very interesting. Trulli with the double L, Trulli. So I make also some, publicity campaign for my country. So you can come to our country to spend your money. This is a collection of newspaper, as I told you, local newspapers. you can see that there were several problems in terms of conservation. You can see here. Okay, there has been a restoring action to create some pages which can be easily scanned, but here we had the problem to be very, very, very gentle, okay, with the material, because you take the paper and you lose fragments, you know, in your hands. So the problem, again, has not been the right digital technique, but how you manipulate your material from the archive to the acquisition device. That is why I have with me people working since 20, 25 years, and I call them digital operators, okay? But they are more than digital operators because, I don't know how to call them, digital manipulators or analog manipulators, because they have really a great experience in taking materials and treat it as, you know, the most precious thing that they have, okay? Because, okay, production is, you know, it's important, but the very first aim is trying not to create further problems to the conservation of the originals. Because it's true, one of the aim of digitalization digitalization process is I digitize also to save my originals. So I put online and nobody will touch anymore that material. It's true. But I have to be careful, to pay attention, to avoid further problems to the original papers. So, here also they asked us to apply optical character recognition, because, of course, in newspapers, what is the most important thing is searching for subjects inside, okay? As it's very, very expensive to, for example, to insert metadata like title, author, and anything for every single articles. It's not the best possible solution in terms of searching, but OCR, recognition of characters, can help you, of course, to make some searching and help people to search their subjects. We used a high powerful camera sensor, we will see later, because of course we needed a lot of time to take the material and put on the plate, so we needed a very fast acquisition, because otherwise the whole process was too long. So we used a Fuji here, 102 megapixel, okay, which is probably, if you don't mention other camera which reach about 150 megabyte in terms of acquisition, is probably the best camera now on the market. Okay. This is, I don't know if you have this professional here. It is notary documents. Okay, when you have to certify some documents, you go to notary. Okay, to put the this of course is notary of. I don't remember, but I guess about 700 years ago. Okay, and here we had the problem. I want to show you if I succeeded in taking the original. No, I don't have here. I will show you later. In the hard disk, I have the original images because I wanted to zoom. Maybe I can do it here. I don't know if it works. Yes, maybe a little bit it works. Maybe it's a little bit better. you can see there, of course, that you have writings, okay? But you have also ink coming from the other side of the pages, coming up, okay? So you have a mixture of the original writings, and the writings come from the other part of the page. You see it's overlapping, okay? And I can assure this is the digital result, but I can assure that the analog object was much more worse than this. You couldn't read it at naked eye, okay? So here the challenge was to create a process which allows, after the digitizing, to use the contrast curve in Photoshop or whatever, okay, to separate the background to, not the background, but the ink which comes from the other part of the page to the original writing on the front page. And we quite succeeded in that. There were some samples where it was impossible because it was too overlapped, so you really couldn't read. But we will have a connection, a remote connection now with my colleague, not now, later. And I will show you some technology which can help in these cases, and which is very interesting to see. Maybe you heard, sure, multispectral image. Maybe you have something to do with that, okay? We will speak with one of the most important, for me, the best expert in multispectral images in Italy. We will have a remote session with him, and we'll show us his technology. Mr. Da Vinci. Yes, original drawings of Mr. Da Vinci. I had the opportunity to work with the original documents of Mr. Da Vinci. Maybe you heard. Okay, again, 200 pages here. I didn't touch anything because we just provide the technology, but there was a restorer which takes the books, the drawings, the documents, put on the scanner. We had to stay half a meter far from the document, okay? We couldn't have the possibility to use lights. So we put the scanner at daily lights, but not with the direct lights, of course, of the sun, but with filters. So the approach was to stay outside, okay, with natural lights, but with filters all around the equipments to avoid direct sun on the documents. We didn't touch the documents. There was one technician, a restorer, making that, and we had the live view from the camera, and we just pushed the button. So, but it was really a great emotion. Okay, sometimes, there are a lot of stories about this genius, of course. Many of them are maybe exaggerated, but I had to do with any kind of documents of famous artists, actors, kings, popes, but for me it remains the most exciting work that we have made, having the opportunity to scan something of Mr. Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, it will not happen anymore, I guess, but this is also an interesting use case. The material is microfiche. So I don't know if you are familiar. It's piece of micrographic paper, let's say, where inside there are different photograms. Usually, photograms in roll films are one after the other. In this case, you have very, very small photographs inside one piece. So you have, you can imagine something, oh, I can cross this border, they told me. So let's say something like that, okay, this format. In this format, you have 200 images in terms of micrographic. The size was about half centimeter for 1 centimeter, about, okay? So we had to enlarge and to zoom optically to get this result, which is not the best maybe that you can have, but it's quite good, okay? As you can see, there is a big difference between images like that, where there is much contrast. Here, instead, we have less contrast. And what we didn't succeed in doing, but we are working on that because this is a new project, is to change the background of this paper to make it more white, to have more contrast between the writings and the background. This should lead to a more readable document. Okay? Why? Because it's very difficult to select just the characters, because if you would be able to select just the characters, you could say, okay, I select the characters, and then I say to my Photoshop or something like that, please give me the opportunities to change the contrast just of the characters. But as there are many differences in terms of, you can see here, for example, of density of the characters, this approach is very difficult to do. But we are working on that. So when we will be able to select everything which is different by background, we will be able to separate and to have a better result which makes the images more readable. This is also very interesting work. I don't know if you have had the possibility to go to Florence, if you have visited Uffizi, maybe, maybe yes. Okay, this is documentation by Uffizi in Florence, maybe one of the 3 most important museums in Italy. These are documentation. This is documentation about judiciary trials, so processes, trials that have been made in the past to many important characters of that age. So when they have had some problems with the justice, okay, this documentation has been saved separately in a specific archive. And we have made these projects to digitize all this documentation dealing with reports in terms of justice, with these famous, for example, painters, for example, politicians, all those kind of people who famous at that age, who had problems with justice. Okay. I will show you something very interesting here, because I don't know if you have ever tried to make automatic recognition of handwritten characters. Have you ever had this approach? Okay? Yes? Yes? Not? Yes? No? Okay? It's interesting because also there, the technology is becoming very, very interesting. Why? Because now we have artificial intelligence. Okay. When we speak about artificial intelligence, I have many doubts on that. Okay. So it's a word very abused. Okay. But in some fields, can help, can support. And I will show you one producer of a technology to recognize text, handwritten, which is quite interesting. I used for 2 projects in Italy, and we succeeded in a recognition of about 85% of the characters. Okay, you can say maybe it's a low percentage of recognition, but it's better than nothing. And it's an automatic process. So if I have the possibility to find one word or one term inside millions with 80% of possibility, it's better than nothing. So if it's not so expensive, and if it's so precise, I mean, up to 80, in some cases go farther. Depends, of course, on the type of handwritings, the type of document, the quality of the scannings, many things. However, we shall see later. This is also a very interesting project. Photographic archive. Some really wonderful photographs about the First World War. Just want to show you this one. Very, very, I don't know, from my point of view, every time I see these pictures, it's an emotion, because really photographic, it's something which really communicating, you know? It's something that you have frozen in the time and brings you in the past in one moment, a specific moment that will never repeat itself. Okay, so, but from the technical point of view, you can see here there are a lot of different colors. No, for example, here, if I can show you better. Okay, and in those cases, we have also landscape photographs. So we have, these are 2 photographs, left and right, and then we have to stitch together. Okay. The photographer has been very good for me to make these pictures, so they were very precise, but we have to work a little bit to make this stitching as precise as possible. Okay? And we will see after some tools to stitch images, because we will see some post-processing tools after scanning. You can do it automatically, or you can do it batch, depends on the type of materials you have, again, the precision of the images, how much the images are overlapped one over the other, and how many points you have in common, of course, to have the perfect stitching between images. Okay, let me see. We earn some time. We have 15 minutes before the lunch. I guess I can show you at least these 2 post-processing tools to stitch images. I don't know if someone of you has never challenged to put some images together, if you have worked with these kind of things. We have an operator which is specialized in our company just to do that, okay? So just to tell you that it's not a very, very easy application, okay? Here on the left part of the screen, you can see what is happening. So there is the area selection of the 2 images, and then there is an extension of the area images with perfect rotation to create the perfect parallelization of the images. And then we are going to create the rulers which help to deskew correctly the images, because to stitch images, of course, they have to be parallel as much as possible. And when you scan, it's not always like this, okay? Because you have many problems in positioning the material. Then there is the area selection. And you pass the second images. Now you have one part and the other part, of course. Then you increase the transparency of one of the part of the images that you want to stitch. And you start to operate manually until you don't find the best positioning of the image. You can see it there. Zooming until you see you don't find the best options to overlap. But, of course, just a moment. Where is the cursor? Okay, I'm losing the cursor. Okay, maybe you have one part which is almost perfect, and the other part which is, you know, not so good. And you say, okay, I move 1 millimeter here, and you lose something on the other part of the image. Then you move 1 millimeter right, 1 millimeter left, and you, okay. So what you do in these cases? Of course, you transform image, so you stretch images to have the correct composition of the image. You see here, millimeter per millimeter. You select the part that you want to stretch, transform, and you see it starts to work to have the better positioning of the image, also on the right part of the image. Okay? Until the lines are perfect. To do that, on some difficult images, maybe you need a couple of hours to do just one drawings if you want to be very precise.
Just use new version of Capture One.
Of?
22 or higher.
I will show you later, automatic, autopano or whatever, any batch tool.
Yes.
Okay. Again, is not the final perfect solution. Again, depends what you have. Yes, absolutely. Depends the result. Yes, perfect. That's the perfect way to approach the problem. What I want to be fast. I want to be
Precise.
as much as precise as I want. It's enough for me. I have, because this is also important, I have good parts to attach. So I don't have one part which is like this and one which is like this. So if I have all those kind of things, I can use, without any problem, an automatic stitching feature. There are many. Which is the name that you said?
Capture One.
Capture One, okay. I prefer other applications, but it's the same, okay. We use...
I stitch a lot of marks.
Okay.
Using Photoshop.
Yes.
By manually, absolutely, completely manually. And also using Capture One 22, it's much faster and quality is enough.
Okay,
that's National Library.
That is what I really want to transmit to you. Mm-hmm. If you have your application which works, let's say, not 100% precise, but 95%, and this is enough for you, but it's much faster than doing that. And if you have made it, you know what does it mean, okay? Made it manually, perfect. That's your right process, absolutely. But if you want to be very precise, and check the result correctly, probably sometimes you need manual approach. Always, again, depends on what you have and the target that you want to reach.
Yes, but this technology, I mean using Photoshop, it's not good for maps, because there are a lot of lines in every part of map, and try to stitch together 100 or 1,000 lines in the picture, yeah?
Yes, I know it.
It's... Ooh.
That is why I told you that this is the most complicated approach that you can have with the stitching. If you have, let's say, paintings, maybe can be faster and lighter.
Yeah.
Okay, for example,
it's easier.
It's easier, yes. But as it is the most difficult things to do, I wanted to show how is the approach, and you know perfectly because you worked on that. How is the approach on this kind of? After that, I will show the auto corrections with the auto panel or something like that, and of course you can obtain same results or close to that. But of course you can work, I don't know, 500 drawings in one day, and here maybe you make 5. So I had to show everything because my operator has worked a lot on the video, so it will be disappointed if I don't show you it. Okay, it's going. Yes.
Excuse me, but Autopano isn't supported anymore.
It's not supported anymore, so we're using the old version, but it still works perfectly. Now we're using, indeed, we're using an Italian technology to do that by a company. If you are interested, I can give you the information about that, which works very, 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 very good. But we still are using because we have licenses. They are still working. So at the moment, we're using that. Yes.
And did you try Hugging?
No.
It's free software.
And it works properly?
Yes. It's of course you need to know that software
yes.
as any other, but it's work, and we use it for gigapixel. So when we're stitching like 1,000 or 1,500 shots in one frame.
It works with
it works.
It works again with the selection of the common points, or
yes.
Okay. So you have to select common points in different images, and then you say, okay, stitch it. Okay, because this technology that I told you about, this Italian company, it works again with artificial intelligence. So you don't have to set the points. You just say, okay, these are the images. Okay, work. Okay, and most of the times work properly. The problem is that often you don't have the possibility to be sure that the result is correct. You have to check. You have to control. So, but okay. Okay, I guess we can stop here because we have 5 minutes. I say this is Autopano and Photoshop. So my operator is using Autopano and then using Photoshop to make it more precise. Yes, but also because most of the projects that we are doing are used for, this one is one of that, for georeferencing. So we need to be more precise. It's not just look at the image and say, okay, it's stitched together in a good way. They want to be precise. You have a question?
Przepraszam, pytania odnośnie poprzedniej części, które w międzyczasie mi się sformułowały.
I have a question about the previous part.
Okay, yeah, you can do it because we are at the end of this presentation for this part. We have lunch, so is the right moment.
Dobrze, okej.
Fair enough.
Pytanie o oprogramowanie do sztucznej inteligencji.
The question is about the artificial intelligence based models for handwritten OCR. The current programs do not succeed in recognizing handwriting. So my question is about the name of the software that you would recommend. Is this a software that you can buy, or is there any freeware for handwritten OCR? I also have two other questions, but perhaps I can listen to the answer now.
We shall see later a video on that, okay? But I will tell you now the answer about the application. It's called Transcribus. Maybe you know that, I don't know. It's interesting because it's not a technology only supported by one institution or one company, private company, but it's a consortium of many important institutions in the world who are working on that project. So you can find on the page of Transcribus a lot of templates with different type of handwritings where they show you which has been the results for each cases. And there are a lot of videos on how to teach the application to improve the recognition in conformity with that particular kind of handwriting. I guess I have it, but I will show you also the images on which I have used the technology with good success. I don't say the best that I expected, but sufficient for my targets.
Dziękuję. Pytanie odnośnie formatu pliku.
What about file format? Is RAF owned by anyone?
I don't get that one. Can you explain in another way the question?
Format TIFF jest własnością Adobe, czy format RAW, czyli ten bezstratny...
TIFF is owned by Adobe,
bezpośredni matrycowy.
while RAF, a matrix format, is it owned by anyone, any producer?
The raw files, of course, is proprietary of there are different raw files for different machines. So the proprietary is the Nikon or Canon or Fuji, so they are proprietary. That is why it's not a free format, of course. Legally, I mean.
Okej. Jeszcze jakby druga część tego pytania. Czy format
Second part of the question, FITS format,
powiązany jest
the one related to XML. Is this a format processed by a graphic processor like TIFF, or is it a format like RAF, meaning that sorry about asking this question. I can look for the answer myself, but perhaps if you know the answer.
No. I'm here for that. If I can answer, I will answer. If I don't have answer, I will tell you, okay, look by yourself. But if I have an answer, I will answer. No, it's a graphic format that you can work on it. I mean, something like not TIFF files, because there are few applications today which can work graphically on this format, but it's becoming more and more popular. I guess, I'm not sure, I will check by myself, that there is also a plugin for Photoshop. I had to look for that, I'm not so sure, but I guess there is also a plugin for Photoshop. Now we are using Linux library to transform, command line, to transform TIFF or raw files into FITS, because it's not a native format generated by the scanners, so we have to transform it. But I guess there is the plugin for Photoshop to work on it, if you want.
Dziękuję. Jeszcze zasada, którą...
Thank you so much.
Szukam odpowiedzi dla samego siebie.
I'm just looking for an answer for myself. I could see a number of scans of documents, books, pages which on one hand have a certain margin, have borders, and some are cut closer to the edge, or they are even cut during processing or post-processing after the scan within a given document. Namely, you cut a part of the physical content of the document. Is there any rule, perhaps verbalized by the client, that you add background and you have 100% of the physical object preserved, or you have a margin, borders? Or perhaps this cutting is also correct. So is there any rule that governs cutting and no cutting? Any
Yes, there is. I mean, a rule, or at least there should be a rule, which is governed by one of the most important institutions in Italy. I was speaking about that before, during the coffee break. The name of this institution in Italy is called IQ, and it delivers some national rules for digitizing. And usually they say that pages must be cutted or acquired, scanned, with a natural view. This means that you should have borders, at least one, something which goes from half centimeters to 1 centimeters on every side of the images. But again, there are rules, but there are some institutions, usually private institutions, that for their targets, for their scopes, they are not, obliged, or it's not mandatory for them to respect those rules. So they decided to have a different approach. Maybe they think that, an image which is cutted internally without losing any information, I mean, just cutting the images without with no information inside, it's a better looking image. For me, it's not. Okay, from my experience, it's not. I would like to see the image in the whole, and I want to have also borders, and I want to have also pages which are close to see. I want to see like if I see the book. It mustn't be, an object to see like a picture, like a photograph. It must be something that gives me the sensation that I have the paper in front of me. And the best way to give back that is to have borders and everything which is considerable, useful, to have the right sensation, to have your book in front of you.
I have to interrupt you, unfortunately, or fortunately,
Dziękuję bardzo.
for a more or less half an hour break, and we can continue after the break. Thank you.
Sorry for that. No problem. Guess we have to respect some
welcome back after a short break, which was made a bit longer due to technical issues of a connection which works, and I hope it will work further. Andrea and people in Rome, welcome.
Are also the actions that we can use to digitize. And in the left panel, and I can close, there are the settings to improve the capacity of the software and to increase the speed of the operations. So we can start from the scratch, from the base. That is the camera settings. So this panel shows us the exact same settings that we can find in DSLR, in a camera, in a reflex, in other words. So the quality of the file that the camera will generate, and so this panel shows us which kind of files the camera can create. So it depends on the camera that we use. In this case, as you can see, we use a Fujifilm GFX 100S. It is an exceptional camera. It's a full frame with 102 million points. It's a very beautiful camera and it's quite new. So in this case, the camera allow us to shoot in RAW or JPEG fine or JPEG normal. For in this case, I would like to choose JPEG because the creation of the file is much easier and is much quickly.
Yes, so, just to give you an idea, the transferring of JPEG is almost, immediately. If you have to transfer RAW files, probably correct me even if I say something wrong, but you need at least 8-10 seconds for transferring, or maybe more.
Yeah, even more. If you capture an higher area and the personal computer is not so new, so okay, you can have some problem. But it depends on if you have an SSD hard drive, for example, or the speed of the USB. Okay. But it depends only about the technology that you use outside the camera and outside the software. So it depends specifically from the personal computer and its features.
Okay, thanks.
So the other parameters, I know that I think that you know very well because.
Sorry, Ivan, just I have a question. No. This is the software. I will show AutoPanel later because we had some changes in the program. So it's the software we believe, one of the solutions to better capture, the books or images during the process. We will see later AutoPanel.
And would you give us the name of the software, please?
The software is called DocuPic.
DocuPic. Okay.
Yes. DocuPic.
Thank you very much.
And just in parentheses, I'm really proud about this software because it's, to my experience, is the only one that allows us to control in every aspect, in every way, the camera and the other parameters that we are really important to have a good result.
Sorry, just I interrupt you sometimes, just to give some further information. You can use this software with virtually any camera. Okay, now we're using a Fuji. This is also important. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Ivan, I have a question here. So.
Yeah. So, would you mind telling me, please, is this an open source software?
No.
Okay. So, if you purchase a license, how many stations can you? How many stations will operate it under one license?
One for one. But not necessarily always the same one. You can detach your USB license, put on another. You cannot use it contemporary, but you can, switch from one camera to another. So you cannot use it together with one license, but you can use it in different, in different positions.
And could you tell me, please, what made you choose DocuPic over, for example, Capture One, which is considered to be a common international standard for digital captures?
I let you decide after the presentation, because you will tell me if there is something which is missing, if you compare with Capture One, if there is something more. This is the result of the experience we have had in 30 years. So we believe that we have put inside everything we think that it's useful for this type of digitizing. Still something missing. Something missing.
So is this software actually customized to meet your needs? Right?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. It's we believe enough flexible to use it in different conditions, with different materials. There is the perfect software, but we think that it's a good compromise. And now we will release another version in January, which will have also some additional features, which can help in some particular condition, for example, for microfilm or something like that. Okay, Ivan.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, with these panels or left panels, we can control every aspect of the camera, and the following we can control every aspect of the image that we will create. So, to me, this part is very fundamental, because we can choose the ISO, the shutter speed, and the shutter speed and the aperture, and also the rotation. It is important because it depends on the camera is installed on the scanner. So it could be easy to understand, and it could be something that is usually you can find in a software, but it's not true. This is, to me, to my experience, is the first one that I can choose every aspect, every parameter of the camera, and it allows me to control every aspect. So in this case, these values that you can see here, or for aperture here, or for the shutter speed here, are the parameters of the camera. So it depends on the camera. In this case, we have this kind of parameter because I'm using a Fujifilm GFX 100S. But in this table, I will find the parameters of the camera and nothing else. So after I choose the parameters, I can save the preset and save for the future. When I reopen the software, for example, like this. Okay.
Abbiamo perso.
Yeah.
Ok.
Oops. I don't. Sorry, I don't find the menu. I'm sorry, but I don't find the.
I cannot help you in this.
Okay, eccolo. Okay, so if I save the preset, after that I can choose what preset I want to use for this particular material or for a particular project. In this case, I have choose calibration 1 with this kind of parameter. So, but the principal aspect of this software, the feature, is a specific feature of this software, and I think that is what difference this software from the other is the calibration. Is the calibration procedure that allows us to understand if the condition, the environmental condition of the light and the condition of light of the scanner are, and also the parameters that I have chosen are good enough to have a good image at the end. So, because it's not the software of the miracle, it's the software as what we really have, in what condition we work. So, in this case, I can measure with values, specific values, if the light condition are good enough to proceed with the job, and I can for do this I use two instruments. The first one is built with the software, and is a color chart, but it's a particular color chart. It's not the. Yeah.
Yes, just a moment. This is not, a normal chart. I mean, it's not a chart that you can find on the market, but it's a chart that is measured according to that particular camera. The chart has been created with that camera. And you will see after the calibration that you will get some delta color correction, which is, I wouldn't say unreachable in other systems, but it's very, very, very difficult to reach in any other application. So this is the real heart of the application, the possibility to draw back the color quite similar, very similar to the original. And you can measure, and we will see that.
So, and in fact, for this reason, I put above the camera the two target that we can use. So the first one is specific for this kind of software, and every square is homemade and is measured. So I know the values of every Pantone that you can find, that you can see on this kind of target. The other one, the Tiffen Q13, produced by Kodak, is a scale that you can buy, and every target is the same like the others that you can buy, and is not measured. It's just printed. I have just this Pantone that are printed, but I don't know the values RGB of the red or blue or white and black. I can just see how they appear on the image.
Or however, you cannot be sure that there have been some transformations which creates different values for the chart.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
In this case, the color chart that we use, I know the RGB values of every Pantone. So, as I know it, the software knows. So when I shoot this color chart, the software is able to measure the difference between the original RGB values and the values that I obtain on the image. And I can, and the software in this case, in this way, is able to calculate the delta E. So is the reference introduced by the International Commission of Illumination that determines if the image is stitched to the original or not. And I can show you. So the calibration is an easy operation. It's just 3 buttons. The first one is the capture of the image of the scale of the target. So the software automatically recognizes the edges because there are 4 QR codes. I just jump to click OK. The other operation is to calculate the lighting plan. Sorry. Because the software is able to calculate if there are shadows on the screen, shadows like this one, or areas that are where the illumination is higher. But I don't know if you can see it, but there are some shadowy on the screen. In this case, I acquired the image of the entire screen. And after that, the software calculates the values of the target, the values of the white plane, and generates the calibrations. And after this operation, the software shows us where is the error, and this error is the delta E. So I expect some values between 1 and 2 that the International Commission consider a good image. It's a good approximation between the original and the digital image. I must see if this error, this delta E, is higher than 2, so I have to change something in the environmental light conditions or in these parameters, because something is wrong. So as I were telling you, it's not a software for miraculous. I don't know how to say, but it's software that tells me if something is wrong and how I can increase some aspects to have a better solution, a better results. In this case, the values 1.94 is enough good. And so I expect the image will be very accurate and very similar to the original appearance. So another operation that's very important to complete the settings of the software and for the scanning is to calculate the DPI. So the resolution that we will have on with our images, with the images that we will create.
Just a moment here.
Yeah.
You remember when I told you that resolution, of course, on camera area depends on how close you are. So if you want to know the real resolution, you must have a tool which calculates the real resolution. So this is a method. There are others, but now Ivan will show you how we can calculate the real resolution of the camera depending on the height of the camera. So if the camera is here, you will get one resolution. If the camera is here, you will have another resolution. In this case, we are not moving camera, we are using zoom, but the concept is the same. Okay?
Yep. And it depends on the size of the sensor of the camera, of course. So in this case, it's an easy operation also to calculate the resolution. And you have just to use a single sheet like this one to select what kind of sheet, the measure of the sheet. In this case is A4, it's a standard ISO, that corresponds to 297 millimeters on the long edge. And so I can decide what the DPI in output. So 300, 400, 600, or more. It depends on the camera, of course, and the distance between the lens and the plane for the captured. So 400. And I have to tell to the software that what is the distance between one point to the other. If I want to be more precise, I can increase the image. Okay, that's it. But also the software allows us to know the original DPI, because in this case I determined the resolution. As you saw, I wrote 400. The original resolution is much higher, is 583. But if the client asks us for a 400 resolution, 400 DPI resolution for the image, I can set this to 400. But
of course, it's not upscaling but downscaling. So you must have higher real resolution to have the right resolution. I mean, I can go from 800 ppi to 400 ppi. But if my real resolution is 400 ppi, I cannot go to 800 ppi, or at least I can go it, but it's a fake, of course. It's not a real resolution.
And for us, this aspect is really, really important because, it's important to satisfy the client conditions, but for us, it's also important to have really good images. And not only just a value in data EXIF value, data EXIF of the image, but to have just the real or something near original resolution. In this case, we are downsizing a lot because, as I told you, the camera is very, very good. So after this operation, just for my security and because I just want always to try if every operation was good, was done as was done in the right way, I usually do an example in a first image with all the scales and everything else, just to measure with another software like Photoshop if everything was done good.
If you are opening Photoshop, we are not.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah. I have to. Okay, this is Photoshop, and this is the first shoot that I did. So, what kind of operation? First of all, the values of the white. We know that the scale is from 0 to 255. So I expect some values between 235 and 245. Not just a little bit lower than 255. So in this case, I am sure that no pixels are fake.
Overexposed.
Or higher, overexposed and over than 255. The same way the black. And I expect values between 20 and 45, 20 and 50, something like that. In this case, the velvet is 55 and it's really good.
I was speaking before with some of you, and the restitution of the dark colors is the most difficult things. But it's not just in this technology, also in television. When you buy one new television, they really appreciate to show you how dark colors are showed, because it's quite easier to have clear and precise colors in high tones than in low tones, so near to the black. There, the challenge is much more difficult to meet.
And another test that I usually do before, after the calibration and the DPI settings is to measure if actually 10 centimeters corresponds to the exact DPI that I set.
Of course, this is something that you don't need to do if you're using line sensor scanners, as we saw before, because there you are sure that when you scan with line sensor scanner, you set the resolution, and the resolution will be that one. Okay, let's say quite, not 100% sure, but quite sure. In this case, it's better before starting digitizing, but in any case, you're using camera sensor, to have a tool to measure all these kind of things to be sure that it's exactly what you are expecting for.
So the measure of 10 centimeters is 10 centimeters 0.04. I could have been more precise because I can reach 10 centimeters exactly, but it's a quite good approximations. So,
of course, you can imagine that when you have a camera sensor and you have the plate, the measure of resolution is not just depending of the difference between the distance between the lens and the plates, but also the parallelism. It's enough that you have 1 millimeter, in left position and the other one in right position, and the measure of resolution is not correct. So it's very, 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 very difficult to have perfect resolution with camera sensor. Okay. So it will never be perfect resolution, but again, we accept, it's acceptable in this with these parameters.
Yes, it's not a problem that you use a scanner with that is all-in-one solution, because the parallelism and the vertical is well being calculated. Yes, but I prefer scanners with the DSLR cameras, and because we can change models and stay in touch with the technology, with the advancement of the technology.
Yes,
Because
the question is, today we are using Fuji. Tomorrow we have Nikon 130 megabytes or whatever. Inside this software, there are libraries which allows you to connect and speak with any kind of camera. So maybe you need some personalization, but it's ready to be used with virtually any kind of camera on the market. So for example, if you want to use it with a less expensive camera, because Fuji costs about 6,000 to 7,000 euros or something like that, or if you want to use it with Nikon Z7, for example, which is about 2,000, 2,500 camera, you can use it with one or another. So you can choose to spend more money to have a bigger sensor camera, or to use it with a lower and less expensive camera. So you are very, very flexible also from this point of view, with a product which doesn't oblige to be connected with just that sensor, with just that camera, but you are flexible to choose multiple solutions.
Okay. So, photo camera, calibrations, and I want to show you something like about. So, after this operation, I'm ready to scan. But before that, I have to choose the path where the image will be saved. For example, it is just a path like Windows style. And choose the naming file. The file naming. I can control also this aspect. For example, I can choose just a simple numbering, like this one.
Okay, this is also important for me. Okay, I will tell you later, probably at the end of presentation. I will speak about the metadata of images. Okay, we'll speak about a little bit by digital libraries. Okay, but where is the only information that will remain independent and not related to metadata or the place where it is? Okay, it's the name of the file. So, in my opinion, any digitalization process must have, I don't say complex, but say complete file naming, which allow to you, in 1,000 years, you will not have probably metadata related to that file, maybe. That file will not be in a library which says, which communicates to you some information about that file. It will be a file somewhere. But if you have written there some basic information, because you can put 1,000 information in file naming, but if you put basic information there, you can be sure that you will get that file, and at least those basic information will be forever related to that file. So this means that it's important in your application to have a tool to be flexible in creating a file with different parts that you can flexibly use to have complex names without too much work in post-processing. So, for example, the name of institution, the name of the book, the name of the page, the number of the page. Okay, that's enough. I have enough information on the file name. I'm sure that nobody will steal those information anymore, are there, okay?
Yep. we can choose to build a file naming that is self-explained. It's very easy. I can create a rule, ROM values, or just introducing the name of the project. For example, Biblioteca Nazionale, National Library of Rome.
We are in Warsaw. You should write in Polish. National Library in Warsaw. No, in Polish. I'm joking.
Okay. And
you have 2 days to study Polish. I told you, asked you to study Polish in 2 days, but you didn't do it. Okay.
I'm not so good in languages.
Okay.
But I'll do my best to study Polish and English better. So, for example, I can really choose every aspect of the naming. For example, I can start with a text like national, like acronyms like National Library of Rome, okay, and just an underscore, and add another part like I don't know the series in the series where the book is put. For example, I don't know, first series. And I can add this here, and I can create a list. I don't know, like if I have a list in Excel or of every book that I will scan, I can put this here, manuscript ZZ1, 001, MS 002, MS 003, etc. And an underscore just to separate, and at the end a number. The number it will be the number of the file, like this. And I can also choose to naming the right pages with a suffix like I don't know, verso and recto, like this one and this one, if I want.
It should be interesting to know how we say in English or in Polish about recto, verso, front and back of the page.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the same.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And this is the name, and it will compare and will appear on the screen, so I can always see the naming, the file naming of the image that I will create. This case will be this one, and automatically it changes the last one, just to go over. Okay, so if I don't have just one sheet, but I'm working with a book, the concept is the same. It will name the first pages, and the second one with the same prefix, and change the last part with the last number. I will create the image number 3 and the image number 4, and so goes so. And I can be really, if I want to change. Do you remember I choose to create a list with the number of the manuscripts that I will scan? So this is the list, and I can I can change in this way, or I can change using the shortcut. Because the aim is to have these to execute this operation in the fastest way as possible. So I can change and assign some shortcuts like F4, F3, F2, or every key that I want to choose. For example, this 1, 2, 3. So this is F5. Okay, I can change with F5. Just you can't see me, but I'm just pressing F5 on the keyboard.
I have seen up to now at least, I don't know Capture One very well, but I have seen up to now at least 4 or 5 things that you cannot do it with Capture One in this particular application, I mean in books, okay? But we will go further.
And so it's so easy to use this software, but it was very complicated to develop, I can assure you. So if in the first part, I showed you that I can choose the quality of the image. So this is the quality of the image from the camera. So it's the format, file format that used by the camera. But I can also choose the file format in output after the calibration and after all the passages and all the operations done by the software. So I can choose, for example, to shoot in JPEG and have a TIFF 8 or TIFF 16 or JPEG, PNG as output. And I can choose also the compression for the TIFF, but I can also choose to maintain the original shoot. So in this case, I can choose to create 2 different files. A files in TIFF format, in this case, and to maintain the raw file. And so always, and I think that is really, really important, because if I want to choose a more manageable file format, like I don't know, TIFF or JPEG, I can do that. But in the same time, I want to preserve the original file in raw format for future changes in I don't know, in the curve color or something like that. I can do it.
So with one shot, we obtain different formats. Okay, we can obtain different formats.
And in this case, I choose to maintain the raw format. And I know that raw format are very the size of the raw format is higher, is big, and it requires a lot of hardware, and it's more expensive to manage it. But in some cases, it could be necessary, for example, for maps or other particular kind of material that you can choose. So you can have to scan or to shoot. So I can say that is the more manageable file format, and I think that is I can tell you to use it for big projects, for example, for an entire library, or with lots of sheets. It's not the right solution. But for particular kind of documents, it could be good to maintain the raw format for future changes. And I don't know if I can say it, but it's the first software that allow us to maintain the raw format and to shoot in raw format. In my experience, I haven't seen nothing like this. And it could be not possible to save in raw format. And now in Italy, I think this is a new it's a new standard that the government decide to introduce from this year. It requires to save and preserve also the raw format.
Yes, I was telling before, and there was a question before if there is an institution which regulates. And this year, they decided that in the future projects, we shall have to conserve, to store also RAW files, TIFF files, JPEG files. So
I had the occasion to speak with one of the people that decided to preserve also the raw files, and he understood that it's quite impossible to do that for big collections. It's quite impossible. It requires a lot of efforts in hardware. Because every file it depends on the size of the image. But for example, I shoot before an image. It is 10 centimeters for 12, like this one, and the file size is 200 megabyte, and it's too much to think about an entire collection in raw format. But we are ready for the future. In this case, I have the option to maintain the raw format or other. NEF, for example, Canon use a NEF file. And as you can see, and as I told you, it depends on the model, the camera model that I'm using. In this case,
I don't know if you have ever calculated how much does it cost to preserve digital. If you have statistics, if you have calculations, if you have how much does it cost to preserve digital materials? Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Ivan.
Yeah, and so these features are really important, but I haven't shown you how to scan with this software, and I think that it's the moment. So, in this case, I have just a simple book, and it's easy to scan because I have this function. As I told you, this part is from just the operations buttons, and I choose to cut the images automatically, and I choose the.
Can you please move the book upper, a little bit upper?
Yeah.
You can see that, there is an adaptions automatically. He is not moving manually, the cropping.
Yep.
So it's fully automatic, okay? Not just the borders of the pages, but also the center of the pages. So it detects the center of the pages. And please, Ivan, can you change the margins? So put it wider or lower.
Yeah.
You see?
In this case,
you said before, you asked me the borders. Okay, you asked me for 1 millimeters, 10 millimeters, no matter. I say to the software that you have to detect ages and then let how many millimeters I want in the whole borders. So it's fully automatically. So anytime you change your original, boom, in 1 second, he detects borders, and it allows you to set how wide you want borders around the camera. So really not losing time. But if it's not correct, for example, it didn't succeed in detecting properly the center of the page, please, Ivan, can you show how can you move it manually, the center of the page? You see, now is acting manually. So if you see that the software has some problems to detect the center of the page, you can manually adjust it. And you can also say how much the overlapping between left and right pages has to be. Yep. So you can say perfectly in the center, or you can say 1 centimeter left, 1 centimeter right. So you can set it, and according to the books, the original, it's everything automatic.
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Ivan.
In this case, I also can determine if I want to see the edge border of the book recognized by the software, just to understand if the software has recognized the edges in the right way, and this is the case, or if I want to control there are two parameters that are really, really important, because this first one, just a premise. How can the software works with the recognition of the borders? With contrast. So if it determines the background is black, the cover is quite yellow, and it determines that this is the edge of the book. But I can change the threshold of the recognition in this way, just with a level.
This is very important, because most of the software works. There are not so many, indeed, to recognize automatically the borders. Maybe they can do it after in post-processing. Here you have in live view, so you see immediately if it's correct, and this is very important. But if you change the threshold of the recognition, you can also choose that your parameters to recognize the borders is not black, but it's something different. So you can decide to cut, for example, here, pages which are under your pages. So not having the black border, but your page and something more, according to the threshold.
Yeah, because in this case, the cover of the book is the same color of pages, and it's good. But in there are lots of books where the cover is really dark. For example, blue, or Bordeaux, a deep red. And so it can be very difficult for the software to recognize the difference between the cover at the book and the background. In this case, I can change the threshold of the recognition and adjust it like for that particular book. And okay. And also I can choose if I want to recognize the inner hinge, so the center of the book, manually or automatically. I personally prefer manually, because it depends on if the book is regular or have some issue on the center, as always. And so I prefer to work manually. So another aspect that can be really important, is the unsharpened mask. So we discovered that are requested in some cases an unsharp mask to adjust the contrast and to increase the capacity of the image to be read, because we scan books. So the aim is to allow people in the world to discover, to read books. So to improve the readings, we have added to the software a sharp mask. Is this one with the values that you can expect with an instrument like this, dimension, for example, or radius, the amount, and the threshold. It's very, very important to just to increase the contrast between letters and the background of the sheet, and in this case, improve the intelligible of the words.
If you remember, we have seen this parameter at the beginning of presentation, sharpness, acutance, and so on. So this is the parameter where you can set this value always, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, with attention, because exceeding with this parameter can allow you maybe visually to have better images, but it becomes a false image. Okay, so it's a dangerous parameter.
Yeah. So in fact, we establish the lower values as possible, just to not increase a lot the contrast, because it creates a light area across every letter, and I don't like it. Just a boost, a little bit, a little boost. And this is I've zoomed to the book, so this is the occasion to show you that this image is not in high resolution. Why? Why is that? Because I don't need a high resolution. I need a live view that give me in the exact second and in the way, in the more speedway,
in real time,
in real time, yeah, the real time, the image that I'm capturing. So I need speed, not quality. If I want quality, I can see this in this second panel, where that is very good if you have a second monitor attached to the scanner, because in this case I can see the image in real time and the quality of the image. And if it's not enough, I can see it after a few seconds directly in the path that I decided and where the final image is shown. And using a third-party software to zoom it and to analyze. So I have three ways to understand if the image that I'm going to capture is correct. The first two are good for the mise en page. So is French terms to determine if the page is correctly captured, is perpendicular to the shooting area, and is good for me and for the client. And the third one is the final image, and is the file that I will develop to them, and I will give to the client. And I don't know if you can see it, but this really, really quite good image, and the color is exceptional.
It's of course it's difficult to see here because the monitor doesn't allow to do that. So they have to trust you in this moment. But we have the gamma values that we have seen before. Of course, to see the right colors, it's not enough to have values. But if you want to see, you must have your calibrated monitor. You must have one high quality monitor, like, I don't know, AIZO or something like that, because otherwise, you can see that values are correct, but you don't perceive visually that colors are correct. I don't know if you ever tried to see, okay, I expected the original colors to be equal to the digital. You put digital, you see your papers, and you don't succeed in understanding if it's correct. That is why there are some tools to measure, and that is why there are some monitors that you can, as you probably know, parameterized to set proper colors in your monitor to be quite sure to see the right color.
Yeah, we use the X1 Pro. I don't remember the manufacturer to calibrate our monitors. I can find it on Google. X1 Pro. X1 Pro calibration. X-Rite is the same manufacturer of the color chart. I1 Display Pro is what we use to calibrate our monitors. So the monitor that you will calibrate has to be good, like EIZO, for example, as Andrea told you, or Lassier is a good one. But we bought some really good monitors that are not so expensive, like Bank or Philips.
Maybe you heard also about Barco monitor, 5,000 euro monitor just to have a monitor like this. It's okay. Maybe it's the perfection, but you don't need it. So probably monitors we say now, like EIZO, like Bank, like this, maybe you spend 800 euros, 1,200 euros, and you have a very, very good monitor with self-calibration now. So if you go to see now the gamma of the monitors in EIZO monitors, for example, I like it very much, there is self-calibration, so you don't need an external tool to calibrate, because there is self-calibration, and you're quite sure that what we are watching is closer to the real colors, okay?
So, just another thing in parentheses. The software is good, but you also to have a good operator to manipulate the volume in the right way, because the software will allow you to speed up some operation, but you have to control the document.
Ivan, I say this 200 times today. I guess this is 201 for you. So I guess they know now what we think, that it's important to have good operators. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, it's really, really important. And the software will help you, will help them. But you have to, for example, I can put the volume not in the right way, like this one, so the software will recognize the edge, and if I shoot it, I'm sorry, I have to just change a little bit the border, yeah, like this, and yeah. Okay, so just the I want to change. No, I can't. I just to okay, like this one.
You have seen that he put the book in the wrong position, so it was just a little bit, with the not correct corners. But of course, the software helps to straighten books, to deskew the books, to have correct margins and everything. So, as Ivan told you, the software can support you to speed up some operation, to correct. But if you start up with the good positioning of the book, for example, it's better.
Yeah.
You have more chances to be successful with the high quality images.
And so I can choose to shoot the left page and the right page using this button, or I can choose to shoot just the left page or just the right page, the left and right, or the entire document. If I have just a map on the center and with no columns, I can shoot the entire document.
So with just a few buttons, you can decide to make a right page, left page. If you, for example, you have decided not to shoot white pages, of course, when you do all the right books, you shoot everything, white pages, everything. But you can choose it to do or not to do it. Or you can switch to have the whole document in one shot. So if you, even if you can, for example, shoot just 4 or 5 pages continuously, so we can see how it works. Because what is interesting for us now is that we have seen how the software works, how the software can support you in scanning. But I would like to see if it's possible in small production. We cannot now scan thousands of pages, but just 4 or 5 pages, 6, whatever, just to understand how the software can work, can support you to speed up the production, maintaining the quality.
Yeah. So I used some short key on the desktop, on the keyboard, to speed up the operation. And I'm just using press space and shooting. So this shoot is better than the first one that I show you. Why? The software is the same, but before to shoot it, I stretched the book just a little bit, because it's quite impossible for every software to make a good shoot if I choose to manage the book in this way. I have just this curve that is horrible. So I have just to stretch it just a little bit. This one. Oops. And so, and it improves also the capacity of the book to have a better shoot. So, it's just a question about instruments and the hand that use this kind of instrument.
Ivan, can you please show if you have spare documents, so not books, but spare documents of different size, just to see what happens if you throw between commas documents on the plate, and to see what happens, how the software can support you to be faster in digitizing different documents of different formats.
Okay.
I don't know if you have something there.
No, something.
You can also simulate, of course, take one A4 paper and then one half paper. It mustn't be a real one. Just to show that you can put on the plate any kind of documents. There will be detection of the document, no matter which document.
Okay. For example, I can choose, okay. So it depends on if you have some sheets like this one, okay, that are attached. So I have just to, okay. The board, the borders are created as I decided. I just also change the threshold of movements. So it's like it's the same function that some lenses has. Is determine the speed of the operator to change the sheet, and it decide this value decide how the operator is fast in changing the sheet, and how the software is able to adapt the border to the sheet that I put on the plane. So if I increase this value, I can the adaptation of the border is more quickly. It's the same function. I don't remember. Is something like the stabilizer control of the lenses. Is something the same is the same characteristic. So in this case, I have some sheets that are attached. So I can, if I put this, is easy to shoot, and I can also quickly change the. But as I told you, if the sheet is attached, I can't use the automatic recognizance of the border.
Just a moment, Ivan, so you can relax. 1 moment. I'm showing a video to show you, let's say, high-speed production. Okay. Now, as we have seen before, I'm showing you how to manage macro names. So you can create here structures for different and difficult names. You can create shortcuts on your keyboard. So for what you have seen now, okay, I will go further because you have seen these things. Okay, this is calibration. Okay, here we start to produce. Let's see. Okay. This, of course, it's not very precious materials. It's what I told you about, building documents. So it's not, related to cultural heritage, but the principle is the same. So you see, in any image, you have the detection of the file name, the area, you have any information about the documents. You just put your document there. There is auto detection of the document and acquisition. Boom! You take another document. You set it properly if you need it. Okay, just not to be sure that you are cutting some information. And in this, as you have seen, while scanning is changing some rules of the file name. Because, of course, you can set up an automatic name, but sometimes you have to change something, and you have a shortcut to change just one part of the file name. Okay? Now we'll show you something else. Now it's working still in automatic. You see, this is in real time. Putting document, small document. Boom, recognition, click, finish, okay? But now something will happen, if I remember properly. There will be a document, okay, which is not recognized because of the contrast. You see, you have the same contrast, so the operators, in this case, operates manually. So it says, okay, not automatic anymore, just setting the crop manually. Then you can set again automatic and go on. You could move the threshold to get automatic detection also on this kind of documents, but maybe you have just 2 documents. It's faster to do it manually than changing the threshold to try to have an automatic recognition. When you finish your job, you output the work here. Inside you have all the images with the names and everything. Okay? Okay. Sorry, Ivan, go ahead a little bit because we have a few minutes, and then we have something else.
Just I want to share with you a consideration. We can choose two different ways to work with single sheets, like this one. As always, these sheets appears to be attached with each other. Just do not to not lose the second page from the first one and not lose the following. So we can choose to scan without left with the attached left, and so. But we have some problem because when I change the page of the second one, like this one, I can't use the automatic control because so the document, the software show me the border, and the border are continuously to the other pages. So I can't use the automatic. To use the automatic feature, I have to leave every attach of the documents. And this is an operation that is so boring and is slow. And I need another operator to make it so. Or I can choose to use the manual cutting out, to cut out the images. So in this case, I can put the sheet as I want, but I have to use the manual cut, sorry. Okay. Okay. I have to select the workspace. I have to make this operation manually. And I have to decide the borders. I have to decide the area that will be captured.
Okay, thanks, Ivan. Thanks. I have to stop you.
Okay.
Because we have other things. What we showed you is, in our experience, what you can expect by a digitizing application, in these cases, for documents, books. There is something missing here for me to be, I wouldn't say perfect, but closer to be perfect, okay? We haven't showed you, because it's not here yet, the correction of the bindings of the book. Why? You remember that during the presentation, I told you that there are some algorithms that correct, okay? They work quite good, but in my opinion, they are not perfect. Again, using this word, nothing is perfect, but okay. We are developing, and it should be ready within January, a technology which allows to correct this problem using 3D cameras. So we put 3D cameras together with a scanning camera, okay, reflex camera. These 3D cameras will measure the distance in every point of the book, okay? And this will allow to set the perfect distance of the binding, so in any point of the bindings, and this will allow us to calculate the perfect correction, because we have physically measured the distance in any point of the book. So it will not be an algorithm based on general rules which can be applied and work properly, but it's a real measurement. So we will have a real proper correction in this case. When adding this feature, probably, I guess, we will have one of the best, in my opinion, of course, technology to continue scanning, because we have a lot of scanning still to do. Okay, thanks, Ivan.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your patience.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Question.
Jeśli mogę.
Pytanie. Tak.
I do have a question. Is there any Polish version of this software, or are you planning to have one?
No, but it's we have Italian and English, of course, but it's quite easy to translate in Polish. I mean, not for me, but for who knows Polish, it's quite easy to translate. I guess there is an XML files, if I remember correctly, inside. So it's we just need to change the labels inside, and we will have the Polish or Bulgarian or Spanish or French. It's not so difficult.
Pytanie numer 2, jeśli mogę.
I also have another question, if I may. Having this software and two other cameras, two different cameras. Well, let's say I have a better and a worse camera, both on a reference list. How long does it take to change a camera? Let's say one is more precious and the other one is simpler, is cheaper, and I use it for everyday purposes, for simpler operations, for less precious material. So my question is, can you change the cameras within one station, and how long does it take to change a camera? Let's say I have a profile, so it takes a little bit shorter. Basically, my question is, how long does it take, and is it possible at all?
60 seconds. 60 seconds, because you have to change just the XML files which is inside the application. You have to change the profile because it's stored, so you will use the profile that you previously used. So from the application point of view, 60 seconds. Probably you will need more time to take the camera out from the column and put the other one. But it's if you don't change, careful. If you don't change the set of the illumination or something different, okay, you can change in 60 seconds. If when you change camera, you change also illumination or the angulation of the lights, you have, of course, to recreate another settings. So this doesn't depend on the camera. Anytime you change the setting of your conditions, you should make another calibration. You should, okay? But changing camera, it's, let's say, 2 minutes.
I actually have two questions. First one is, will DocuPic actually work with scanners and not just cameras?
No.
Okay.
No, because it's based on, live view options and calculation made on area sensor camera. So it works just with commercial cameras.
Okay. And the second one is, can you adjust for any lens distortions somewhere in the software?
Yes.
Okay.
It didn't show even, but there is one special feature, it was too technical now, which allows you to interact with the deformity of geometry.
Exactly.
Yes. You can set it up to make it more square, more circle, more eclipse. So you can change it to have the better control and the correction of the lens. If you know which is the problem of the lens, so you have to know which is the alteration of the lens that you are using. But my suggestion is always use, it's one of the most important part, using high quality lens with less distortion possible. Maybe spending some hundreds euros more for a perfect lens, better lens, you will get better results.
Thank you.
Pytanie, czy bardzo kłopotliwe egzemplarze
very difficult books, old books, which binded earlier on. My question is about them. Is there any AI mechanism which would correct the distortion related to an arc that is formed when the text goes very close to a binding? If we are thinking about the original versus scanned copies, some elements of one, I don't want to have them in the other. So is there any mechanism like that that makes up for this distortion?
Yes, absolutely. There is, and it will be based, as I told you before, on these 3D cameras, which measures the distance, because the correction of the writings is directly proportionate to the difference of distance between the writings and the lens. So how much you can be aggressive in using that option, it depends on how deep goes inside and which is the different. But you have to calculate absolutely with the great accuracy the distance, because otherwise it's not just a matter of straightening, the characters, but if the distance is different, we saw before, the resolution is different. So it means that you don't have just to straighten the characters, but you have to bring back to the original resolution, the same resolution of the part which is on the flat, because you have different resolution. And another important is that you should have, you couldn't see now, one light in the center, just specialized for the center of the pages. Because of course, if you have light left and right, you will have a good illumination on any part of the volumes, but you will not have the same illumination in the center of the volume. Above all, if the thickness of the book is quite important.
Dziękuję, to zrozumiałe. Natomiast
Thank you. I understood, but you also mentioned 3D cameras. How expensive this equipment is currently, or is it a topic of the future, actually?
The hardware will be 100 euros. There are some 3D cameras which really very good cameras for 100, 150 euros. You don't need anything else, because it's not, a 3D cameras made for acquisition of 3D models. It's just to measure distance. Okay, so we made some experiments. I told you probably the version will be ready for the end of January with 100, 150 euros camera, and of course the software which supports that camera. Probably the whole package will cost, I don't know, 500 euros. Software and camera to have this special capacity to correct this problem, not with algorithm, but with measuring, real measuring. Some other producers are using laser scanners, so laser lights, beams, so you can measure with different laser the distance many times, but it's longer, maybe a little bit more precise, but it's longer and more complicated. With 3D camera, you can do it without any problem. I hope in the end of January to send to all people here some links to see how it works.
Thank you. Is the list of those cameras going to be, is there some reference list of those cameras that work with the software?
We are trying with 2 or 3 cameras. Now I don't remember the brand name. I will let you know, because we are looking for the best camera, because maybe even if the cost is approximately the same, there are some differences. And not only in the hardware part, but in the software that they makes available to interact with the camera. So how deep you can go inside to control the camera. We would like to have a camera where we can control, like in the reflex, all the parameters to be sure that we are calculating correctly all the parameters. You always interrupt me.
Yes, okay. That's what I'm here for.
Okay.
15 minutes break, please. Okay.
Or let's do it now. So it's better. Yes.
Do they know?
I'm telling. I will introduce you, Marcel.
In particular, what we do is to transform a camera into a real measurement instrument. I have this very short presentation and I will show you some example. This is what we call the hypercolorimetric multispectral imaging system. The origin of this name, I save you from the explanation, but it is more than multispectral. Actually, we make spectral imaging, and I'll show you. The original idea is that all the colorimetry is based on the standard colorimetry, on the color matching functions that have been identified and defined by the CIE, the International Organization for the Light. And we started with a question. If we shouldn't model the human eye, which one would be the ideal and best colorimetry to describe spectra and so on? And we got to the conclusion that the three color matching functions could be modified into the three that you see below. Okay, and this is why we call it the hypercolorimetry, sort of enhanced colorimetry That is ideally the best one. What we do is use two filters. These filters look invisible like green and blue, but actually they extend their transmittance, spectral transmittance in the range of 300 to 1000 nanometers. And then we use a reference color checker where we measure in laboratory every single color very accurately with the resolution of 1 nanometer. Besides that, after taking these two pictures, we are able of achieving with the calibration software one syllable image with a residual error delta E 2000 that is less than 2, 30 bands with more than 98% of accuracy that are the spectral reflectance, and then other computed images that are called infrared false colors, ultraviolet false colors, and so on, that are very useful for people that work in cultural heritage restoration. All the process is very fast. We can achieve more and more bands. So we can really speak about the spectral imaging. It means that for each pixel, we can achieve 35 bands or even more, just making, instead of only 2 images, making 5 images of the scene. This means that if we use a camera, for example, of 50 megapixels, is like making 50 millions of spectral measurements on the surface that we are investigating. The precision is extremely high, and this means that we can perform monitoring in the time, we can identify pigments, we can do a lot of things. Okay, this is a screenshot of the analysis tool, but I'm going to run it live, so it will be much better to understand what we do. Time is very short, so I ran a little bit, sorry. I directly ran the software that we developed. All the software that we use has been developed by ourselves. And we divide the whole analysis of painting or a surface, generally speaking, in 3 stages. The acquisition is first one, and we need to do it with with this color checker that you have seen already, and we have some trick to make life for photographers much easier than usual. The second stage is the calibration that transforms the acquired images into measurements. And the third stage is this software that is for the analysis of the images. I load now some, I was analyzing I shall see now. Okay, I'm going to load some example, some case studies. And for example, this is a manuscript that where we worked together with the Louvre Museum. Only 1 second, I'm identifying the kind of images I want to. Okay, that is enough by now. The system is loading this set of images. Our calibration software is able of aligning images exactly to the same position with the precision of the single pixel. And this is what this tool needs. Okay, this, for example, is manuscript. It comes from Persia. Today is called Iran. and it is of the 15th century. There are many pigments here, and what we can do, for example, is to click on a piece, immediately have the spectrum of the pigment in that portion. We can click everywhere for this face, for example, or this flower, or the grass. And you see that we have immediately the spectrum and also the colors in terms of Adobe RGB and CLab, LAB with D65 illuminant. And the color that is shown in these little windows is the real color. It needs to have, of course, a calibrated monitor to obtain the right color on the screen. But then below you have the infrared false color and the ultraviolet false color. To people that are used to this kind of data, these results really useful. For the others, it means that the infrared false color makes a portion of the infrared spectrum with the visible, and when in this case, for example, we see that in the visible the color is a sort of green, then in infrared false color it becomes a sort of red, and the expert understands very quickly the kind of pigment that is there. But we did much more, because we developed a database of pigments. So when we make a click everywhere, we get a spectrum, and we can compare the spectrum to a database. I did it now. It was very fast, probably you didn't see it. So I make a click, I do it again. Make a click on this red sample. I interrogate the database, and the results is with a 92% of probability, the pigment where I made click is a Cinabro, plus white. If I click on this row, the system overlaps the pigment in the database to the spectrum where I extracted the color. I know for sure that, for example, this is Cinabro, so I can do it again. And this is Cinabro. Look, it's almost the same.
Sorry, Marcello, just a moment. I don't know if it's clear, but through the color calibration, then through color interoperation with the database, is trying to achieve the results with certifies, okay, in terms of the correspondence of the colors, if that pigment has been made by that particular painter, okay? So analyzing let's say the pigment and the color at high details of the calibration.
Yes, exactly. And actually, what we can do is because every pixel in this image has all this information. Let me make the pickup smaller. Okay, every pixel in this painting or every paint has all this information. You know, colorimetry, spectrum, blah blah. We can make a lot of things, like we can ask the system, starting from a certain point, to make a map of all the pixels that have the same behavior. In this case, I can ask multispectral similarity, and I can start from this point, for example, and calculate this map, and the map is here. Look.
So the result is all the pixels which are similar in terms of behavior on the whole image.
Yes, this is very useful for restorers. I make you a very simple example. If I do the same, start from this blue, from blue of the sky, immediately it is clear that not all the sky has the same blue. In fact, going in details, we discovered that this has been restored. I mean, someone corrected the colors here because maybe some damage, and the spectrum is different. We can easily check the two spectrum here and here. You see that the two spectra are different. There are many functions that we can exploit. These are the most, let's say, the most important. Another one, for example, is if I want to better read this writing, for example. I start from this color. I make a map of this. And of course, flowers are included, but then I can work a little bit on thresholds to make the search a little bit more inclusive. And I make the writing maybe more readable if in this case it's already readable, but in other cases it helps a lot to understand signs that are there. You see? Okay. And
Marcello, can you show us some cases, because maybe this is interesting also, some cases, as you said, where you have images which became readable, where the original one is unreadable, and or some cases where you discover something which is not visible in the image and then becomes visible.
I show you another manuscript. Another manuscript here.
I remember this. This is very interesting. Yes, I remember this.
Yeah, this is of the 4th century. It means 400 after Jesus Christ. And there is a let me see, it's visible. Because of the time, of course, a lot of writing is invisible here, okay? But we can exploit all the bands that we use it with another mathematical instrument that is called the principal component analysis, that starts from in this case, 7 bands that we have. And once we apply this analysis to the image, we see that things start to become visible. What you cannot read on left, you can, this is.
Okay, reading it's a big word because I cannot read it, but I can see it.
This is ancient Greek. When we did it, there was the curator of the library that was behind me on my shoulders. I heard him speaking. I say, "What are you doing?" He told me, "I'm reading the ancient Greek." Okay. We can even make this thing better. For example, selecting specific bands and obtaining even better results. I want to address your attention here to not only on the darker writing, but also on this very light writing. This is called, this is when they use the parchment 2 times. So the first writing was erased and the surface was turned 180 degrees. And with this analysis, it's still possible to read the original writing that is below.
So sorry, Marcello, this is not the background of the other page. This is the original
Exactly.
writings. Okay.
Yeah. This work we did for the University of Tübingen, and the most recent writing was from Homero, you know, the one that wrote in Odyssea. And the most ancient, the one that was erased, came from Malalas. That was a historical, a person that wrote historical information in this book. And this is the only place where it is possible to find this information. This is the palimpsest. This is the name, technical name of this writing. And the researchers of the Tübingen University wanted to read this one, not the Homero one, but the Malalas one, to discover this information that were hidden in this writing. And they did it. They said, it's a little bit tiring to read it, but they say that they did it. Okay.
Can I, Marcello, ask you again to make it clear? This is a result that you reached used a normal commercial camera which has been modified to obtain that result. Is that correct?
Yes. We start from a commercial camera like Nikon, Canon, whatever. And it is enough to modify it, and the modification is not complicated. It needs to remove original filters in front of the sensor, that are the filters that block the ultraviolet infrared light. Once these filters have been removed, they are substituted with optical windows, and we compute the thickness, dimension, whatever, and we make it at industrial level.
So hardware components are not so expensive. That this I wanted to say. It's no. You don't have to spend 100,000 euros to buy special equipments. No, it's affordable device.
Yes, exactly. It costs something like 25% more than the original price of the camera.
Okay.
And our software, calibration software, that is the beginning of everything, is able of reading the raw format of cameras from Nikon, Canon, Fuji, Sony, Leica, Hasselblad, and Phase One. That means all the cameras in the market. And I'm not going to bore you with the calibration process because I have something else nice to show you, interesting. So I load now another example. Another example that is here. Hello. Yes. This is all this stuff is covering the window. Open. Yes. This is an example of a painting that is in Bologna, in the Pinacoteca Nazionale of Bologna, and represent the famous story when Jesus Christ was born and Herod wanted to kill all the babies to avoid the new king, let's say. So directly go on the page on this portion of the painting, and I do some other magical mathematics that is again an analysis of the principal components, and I will show you how this way of analyzing is able of extracting from the painting everything, even things that are usually hidden. You see, this is a repaint. It means that the author made this lady. He made it here before, then he changed his mind and painted it again upper, covering this face with this portion of it's interesting to check these. You see these images on the right, and you see that there is a sort of black and white. It could be interesting to understand the differences, for example, between the black of the eyes of the eye and the white that is here. Look, the difference in the spectra is nothing until the 700 nanometers. It means that there is no differences in visible. In fact, we don't see anything in the visible. And there's a little differences in the infrared. And only thanks to the fact that our calibration is able of achieving 99% of precision, that we then are able of discovering this kind of things. Otherwise, it was impossible, because this difference with the worst precision would be lost into the noise, into the error, not so precise. So this is to show how it's possible to extract things from the book before and from this painting now. I have another example if I have some few minutes.
Yes, you have it. According to the program, we have still some minutes, 7-8 minutes. Okay.
Okay, I will show you another thing that can be interesting too. It means I'm going to show you a Politico from Giotto.
Giotto, maybe I know him, something.
Yes, it's a new entry.
A new entry, okay.
Yes. It's a new artist, you know, of 600 years ago. Okay. This is these pieces of work are unbelievable. I could speak hours about this one. Just to make you an example, you see that there are all these this sign here. You know, the idea was on a surface of gold. The idea was to make the gold to make things very rich because of gold, but the decoration should be almost invisible, not to distract people that were praying. This is unbelievable. And look at also this sort of veil, and also some little hook to hold it, but it's all painted. Anyway, I didn't want to show you this. I want to show you another interesting thing. Below here we have this other drawing and painting. I make crop of this, and following the same procedure like before, I can start from a certain point on the surface and ask the system from this point, for example. Now let me make 9 by 9 pickup surface. So I make this, and the system is able of making a map as before of all the pixels that are the same. Oops, there is a hole here. So on the left, there is something that is not exactly the same spectrum. We can check it. We can ask the system to compare this point to this point. Yes, something is different, you see? And we can ask the system, we can ask, what is it? We can ask the system, what is this in terms of pigment? And we find azzurrite. Azzurrite was a pigment of the time of Giotto, so it is perfectly compatible with the age of the masterpiece of this painting. Let's check here in this black hole. Again, we interrogate the database, and the result is cobalto plus black. Cobalto is a pigment that has been invented, let's say, at the end of 18th century. So 3,000 years after Giotto, it means that this is, and you cannot really recognize by naked eyes, this is a reintegration of an area that was probably damaged, and some restorer at the end of the 18th century did it to make all the surface even.
But now you have to tell us who made this, because, okay, you discovered that someone made this. You have to say who made this.
You know, now when there are some rules, a restorer is not allowed to hide his work. It has to make with very thin parallel lines. So if you go close to the painting by law, let's say, or by, yes, there is a rule that you should be able of distinguishing what was original and what is new. But in this case, this rule was not yet established. So if we start from the chromatic point of view, if we start from the same point here, and we ask the system to make a map of the same point, look, sorry. The map is from the chromatic point of view, I mean from the colorimetric point of view, the map is the same. It means that in the visible light, this restorer did a very great job, perfect. But we discovered it because we investigated also the infrared portion of
he didn't know that there will be in the future one Marcello Melis who discovered
exactly. The very last that is funny. This one. Okay. This one. I'll show you this case. It is funny.
Yes, we need that. At this time, we need something funny to relax after almost one day of presentation.
Okay, let me see if I can rotate. Yes. I take a region of interest. I mean, I cut this. This is, oops, I did something wrong, sorry. Okay. I did something wrong? No. You see it? Okay, I don't rotate mine now, so it's faster. I make a, yes. Let me cut this part in this way, okay? Well, you don't notice anything special, but if we go investigate in the infrared, this painting, we get this image that apparently is nothing but, look, this checker, this grid is there because this is a copy, this is a fake. And who did this fake needed to have a guide to copy the original one. You see? That's funny. And we discovered, but we didn't say anything, to be honest.
Where is this? Where is this paintings?
This painting is in a little museum in Milano, and they keep this one exactly to show an example of a copy. But we ended up to the house of very rich and important collectors making this analysis. We found this kind of grid below the painting, but we didn't say anything because we didn't want any trouble with them. So we say thank you for let us analyzing, because it was part of a bigger research. We were analyzing all the painting of a specific author, so they allowed us to enter the home to make this analysis, and we say thank you very much, see you soon, and went away. But they had probably they both they took a fake, I don't know for how many million of euro or whatever. Anyway, I think that it's time that I finish. Thank you very much for...
Yes, just a moment, Marcello. I don't know if someone has some specific question or some curiosity about this, if you have it, or we can say hello to our Marcello, and thanks for help supporting us with this presentation. So, okay. We don't have questions now. So thanks, Marcello, for the presentation. And
okay.
I see you in Rome. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye, thank you.
Ciao, ciao. So this is really, to me, interesting application of high-end digitalization. Means not just digitizing books or documents, but having some further implication in terms of having some special results on the possibility to read something that is not readable, to search contents that you cannot see with naked eyes. And what is really interesting for me is that I remember the first, the second, and the third multispectral applications that I saw. Probably the first multispectral application I saw, it was in about almost, I guess, 20 years ago. And you need the special equipments, lights, very difficult to obtain. And now they are obtaining all these results with a normal camera. With a camera that you pay, I don't know, 1,000 euros. Okay, you need this special application. but changing the filter inside, you just obtain that kind of result. So for me, this is incredible. Of course, the real application is not only to have hidden contents to be seen, but also to have digital imprinting, digital hash, from the point of view of the colors, from point of view of the state of conservation today. You have a lot of information for any single pixel. This means that in 50 years, you will scan again, you will check the difference among pixels in terms of chromatic point of view, and you will see the degree of conservation, and you will see if there are some problems in terms of conservation. So this technology has been invented not only to discover hidden results, but also to have a certification of the state of the art in terms of conservation of an image. So a sort of digital imprinting, which is not digital hash. You know, the digital hash, it's a calculation, okay? You know that that image is that, and if you change something, the hash will change. It's not just like this. It's more than this. You have a lot of information which describes the image, and then you can, as you have seen before, put anything in a database, so you can discover, for example, many, many interesting things from the historical point of view. Okay. As I have had many questions, I will jump in the presentation to the software for reading handwritten characters, and then I will come back to other subjects. We have about 1 hour. Okay, just let me start again the presentation.
Letters, files, maps. In archives all over the world, millions of handwritten documents are waiting to be digitized. In digital form, the data they contain is accessible worldwide and much easier to find and handle. This helps genealogists as well as academic scholars. The Transcribus platform, which was co-developed in Innsbruck, uses artificial intelligence to enable computers to read handwritten documents and convert them into digital searchable form. We are in an archive room of the Federal Office of Metrology and Surveying in Innsbruck. These folders contain cadastral records of Tyrolean municipalities from the period of 1855 to 61. They are part of the first Austrian basic cadaster, the Land Register of Francis I. In addition to plans and maps, there is also a lot of historically interesting supplementary information about former house and landowners and the way in which the land parcels were used. A house dating back to that time stands on Wiltener Platzl, a small square in the city of Innsbruck. Who owned it and what was it used for? If you want to know, you can find the answers in the archive. However, there is a simpler way. Also thanks to the efforts of Günther Mühlberger and his colleagues, because all the information contained here is being digitized with the help of Transcribus in the citizen science project called CATI.
Wenn man in Hunderten und Tausenden von Dokumenten nach bestimmten...
If you want to search hundreds or thousands of documents of certain terms or family names or facts, then full text search is absolutely necessary. Our starting point, together with Professor of Austrian History Kurt Schaal, was to launch a project in which the accompanying documents of the maps are automatically captured with handwriting recognition, become searchable, and serve as the basis for a large volunteer project in which mainly local chroniclers here in Tyrol check and correct the data and enter it into a database.
Ortschronisten und Chronistinnen hier in Tirol die Daten kontrollieren und als korrekte Daten in eine Datenbank einpflegen.
The documents are scanned and transferred to the Transcribus servers. The AI recognizes the handwritten texts and automatically transfers them into digital form with the help of so-called text recognition models. More than 35 million pages in over 50 countries, including Israel, New Zealand and Canada, have already been processed in this way.
Also in Archiven und Bibliotheken lagern historische Dokumente von unschätzbarem Wert.
Historical documents of immense value are stored in archives and libraries. These documents cover several hundreds of years. They also take up a lot of space. For example, there are 250 kilometers of documents in the state archives in Vienna alone. The majority of these documents are handwritten and are hardly legible to the user because they are in current script, which has not been used or taught since the middle of the 20th century. And this is where transcribers comes into play, allowing this handwriting to be read automatically and thus made easier to use.
Handschrift automatisiert erkannt werden kann und damit eine Benutzung erleichtert wird.
In addition to large publicly available text recognition models, Transcribers also works with more specialized models for handwritten text. The AI can be trained with typed-out sample text to recognize certain handwritings. The computer learns quickly, the error rate dropping below 2% in the ideal cases, which means 2 wrong characters in 100. Users have already trained more than 14,000 models themselves. This data is also incorporated into the large recognition models.
Transcribers funktioniert mit neuronalen Netzen. Diese maschinenlernenden Methoden haben den großen Vorteil, dass sie
Transcribers works with neural networks. This machine learning method has the great advantage that you no longer have to manually program recognition for each type of writing, but that the users themselves can teach the machine to read the writing. And the machine does not get tired, which means it can also process thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of pages automatically. We have done this for the Finnish National Archives, for example, with over 2 million handwritten documents from the 19th century now searchable. The technology used is completely independent of the language and the actual type of writing. With transcribers, we recognize not only current scripts or even modern handwriting.
This is a very important detail. It's completely independent from the language. So it's not like, OCR, or standard OCR, where you have some interactions with the intelligence of the software, which certifies or however uses some dependencies according to the language that you are using. You know that when you have to set OCR, you have to say which languages you are using inside. This technology is completely independent.
But also medieval scripts, as well as Hebrew, Arabic, or Indic scripts. And at the moment, we are experimenting with ancient Chinese.
Arabisch oder indische Schriften. Und derzeit sind wir gerade dabei, Experimente durchzuführen für Chinesisch, für altes Chinesisch.
The idea was born more than 10 years ago and has been further developed within the framework of various EU-funded projects. Today, the platform is used by more than 90,000 people worldwide. The possibilities of application are numerous.
Ganz wichtiger Punkt sind alle jene, und das ist eine immer größer werdende.
Of course, all of those who are interested in their family history and are looking for their ancestors in church records, contracts, or as here, for example, in a land registry in historical documents have great importance. They are becoming more and more numerous. Here, of course, is about the fact that people are mainly interested in family names and would like to find them accordingly, which is a very time-consuming process, but is now made much easier by technology.
Angelegenheit ist, aber eben durch die Technologie jetzt wesentlich erleichtert wird.
In academia, the possible applications are numerous. The classical philologist William Barton, for example, decoded diary entries by Karl Benedikt Hase from the 19th century that were thought to be lost, written in handwritten ancient Greek. The valuable information contained therein is to be made accessible to other researchers.
The core of my research is my discovery in 2020 of the 9 surviving secret diary volumes. The quantity of text that we have is enormous. These are private diaries from no less than 9 years of this researcher's life, and it comes to about 2,500 pages. I have now trained a model for Hase's handwriting of about 100 pages. And so this has taken me some considerable time. We can imagine transcribing 100 pages of handwriting today. But in comparison to 2,500, this small section of 100 is relatively little time. And now the tool is able to read and transcribe Hase's handwriting very well. And so it makes us, it converts the work of 2,500 into 100, so to say, in easy terms.
At the Department of Contemporary History, we use digital methods, especially in the field of migration history, where we collect many thousands of pages from various archives. We like to use transcribus because we can organize this material, transcribe it at the same time, and then annotate these transcripts with certain topics and contents that seem important to us during the processing. And finally, we also export the material. We export it and then process it further with other methods of analysis. Therefore, for us, Transcribus is a classification system, a notation system, and of course, a transcription system.
At the Department of Linguistics, one of the things we do is corpus linguistic work. One of our main areas is the creation of corpora, which are collections of texts dealing with Alpine texts. These are Alpen Club journals in different languages, starting with the Journal of the Austrian, at the time also titled Austrian and German Alpen Club. But we also have other journals, for example, the New Zealand Alpine Journal. And in New Zealand, we have a team that made a correction on the spots based on our digital copies. That is, all the texts were read through by people, and any recognition errors were corrected by these people. And here, of course, the integration of Transcribus with both the read and search platform and the possibility to practically do a crowd correction online, for example, a correction with people who work completely in another place, is incredibly advantageous.
Transcribus has been operated by the European Cooperative Read Co-op, which was established in 2019 and now has more than 110 members from 27 countries. The University of Innsbruck is a founding member. Currently, the platform is being optimized for the improved reading of tabular documents. But this is not all the R&D team of the cooperative has in store. Scanning entire books or even folders is still very time-consuming. The pages have to be turned by hand and scanned one by one. However, according to Günther Mühlberger and his colleagues, this should change soon.
Up to maybe 6 months ago, if I was asked to say, is there any technology which we can consider enough high in terms of quality to recognize handwritten, I would have answered no. But I had to answer in Italy to a very important standards, where one of the aim of these standards was, of course, to digitize, but also, if possible, to have as much as more information about contents. So I tried to surf in internet to look for if there is something, and I found that one. It's not an unknown organization. It's supported, maybe you heard, by 102 international organizations. The project has about 10 years, so it's a solid application. But, of course, I wanted to test it. So I sent some samples to this company, and I asked to give back results. And after 2 days of trainings of that kind of documents, they sent me back the results, and it was really interesting. Okay, I don't say incredible, but really interesting. We have some difficult documents in terms of writings, and we have, I told you before, about 85% of recognition of characters. This is quite a lot. But what you can do, you can go on the website. There is the possibility to test it. So there is, I guess, the possibility to put some samples online of your images. You can choose the template. There are many templates that you can use it, and you can test it and see by yourself the results. Please take into consideration that even if there are more than 100 templates, I guess any single kind of images can be better written and better recognized if you make some trainings of the software. But as you heard in the video, with a couple of days, 3 days of trainings to the software, you can increase the percentage of recognition of the characters until reaching a very high accuracy. So I'm using now this technology in 2 different projects in Italy. One is handwritten and one is typewritten. So because the software works also with the typewritten characters. Up to now, I'm quite satisfied. If you compare in terms of price with, if you don't mind, if I can ask you, if you are using the OCR technology, which platform or which product are you using? If there is someone who is using here, I don't know if you are using Ebbify Reader or OmniPage or whatever, if you have some experiences in that. However, if you compare with, let's say, the most well-known OCR, this application is a little bit more expensive, not much more, but a little bit more expensive, but also the accuracy is higher, but it's absolutely the only one with which you can get some useful results in terms of handwritten documents. Okay. I'm using now this technology for recognition of information inside. You know that when you have to register a new car, you have to fill some documents. Now it's everything digital, of course, but in the past, of course, like in any country, there are some registers, and any car that has never been registered in Italy has 4 pages of information. Okay, so you can imagine how many cars we have bought in Italy since I don't know, since last 60 years about. And we are using this software to read all this information in these modules, okay, handwritten characters. And in this particular case, we have reached almost 90% of recognition. Okay? But what is also important, and I want to underline, to stress, is that there is not only the recognition of the characters, but also the information about the position of the word. Because the position in the word, in the module, if the position is, I know, in one square, it means something. If it's in another square, it means something else. So you can also lay out the images to teach the software to assign further information to each word in correspondence of the position of the paper, because of course these are another kind of information. Because if my name is on the module in the request part, it means I am the person who requested. If my name is, I don't know, in the acceptance by the office, it means that my name is the person who accepted that module. So it makes a big difference to recognize characters in relations to the position in the page. Okay, but Now, you know, you can go to the website and try to put your documents and see what is the result. I don't know if you have some questions on these subjects. Maybe the cost? Just go on Google and Google Transcribus. If I don't have connection here, if someone has, if can help to support this, Piotr.
So the website is readcube.eu.
Okay.
Basically, this is where the
Just a second, I need to go back to Google results. But the official site should be readcube.eu/transcribus. And we are already checking Polish model, and it's cool. But we'll just try Szymborska right now. So.
I asked to some, because I spoke with them, if they would like to make an intervention here, but they didn't have time, because I know that there are some Polish members.
Yes. I think the University of Wrocław is participating, and each year, if I'm not mistaken, I do not know this for sure, but each year they have something like Transkribaton, where people can participate and just check this with their own eyes and hands and brains.
Okay. Thanks for the support. So, as I told you, it's not an innovation of today. It's a very standard and important application supported by many members in the world. So maybe you can find something useful there for your projects. Okay. We start everybody to be tired, but we have some times yet. We'll show you something. Okay, we have been speaking about, digitizing processes in terms of technical tools, all these kind of things, but I don't have to teach you which are the benefits of digitalization. You know by yourself, no? Broader access, remote access, safeguarding physical collection. The digital copy does not degrade. Here I have something to say. In the presentation, I put some indication for myself, because I have to remember that I have to say something. This is also an examination for me if my brain is falling down or if my synapses are still working properly. I was I have a small house in the mountains. We had a party there, and we were speaking about digital. Okay, also there. Okay, but because I have a friend that works in digital world, okay, they are reprinting from digital. Okay, and so we were speaking, and they said conservation, digital. Okay. And they said, okay, but we have found that sometimes the digital becomes worse, is losing quality. I say, how? This cannot be. I can assure you that we have been about 1 hour. I'm trying to convince him that quality cannot be lost, generally speaking, of the digital. The digital, we saw at the beginning of the presentation, is 1 bit, information for bit, or you lose some quality in the support of the information. So if you have DVD is not readable anymore, or if you have hard disk, you lost some clusters on the DVD, okay, this is another matter. But if the informatics support is integer, the digital will be the same today and in 1,000 years, okay? That's But I didn't convince him. He is convinced that if digital becomes older, he is losing quality like papers or any kind of analogic material. Okay. Digital use for detection of defacement identification, for reducing material handling. We have seen before. You can see some particulars that the naked eye you cannot see. So you have better tools for examination. That otherwise is not possible. Multispectral analysis, we have seen the session now. And comparison over time. Here also I have something to say. I have note here. Okay. Comparison. I told you before, indeed, you can make comparison if you have enough information on the digital. If you have one digital without an amount of information useful to this, it's like you take your digital that you made 10 years ago, you scan again, and you're going to see what is the difference. Like, you know, in kids' game where you have to see where is the difference. Okay, no. If you make a good digital images, it's also because you want enough information, if this is your scope of the project, to scan again in 10 years, 15 years, whenever, and have the opportunity to analyze different images and see which is the difference in terms, of course, especially in conservation. Then you have, of course, marketing, branding, so all these kind of things. But what is missing? I make you a question. I ask you a question. Do you think that digitizing books or documents will bring to people not to come anymore inside libraries or archives? Do you think that this can happen? Yes, no, yes, no, maybe. Okay. You can find statistics, maybe it's not the same in every place, that usually people looking at digital documents will become curious, and there is an increase of people going to the library or archive or museums to see the original. But now you say, but I digitize, so I don't have to show the original. Okay, this is not a problem that I can solve, but indeed, I didn't put here, but there is a very important study by the British Library, the British National Library, made in 10 years. And since they have been starting with the digitizing campaigns, the amount of users coming to the library has increased about 13 or 14%, something like that. So this is also interesting to say. I will go not to be so boring at this time. We have seen a lot of things, but we have said today, there is not the perfect tool, there is not the perfect application, there is not the perfect method. Please, before starting any project, establish your aims. So, make a deep analysis, deep assessment of your documentation, the size, the number, the time that you have, the state of conservation. After you made all this, probably you are in the best condition to choose technology, people, methods. I spoke before, it's interesting that now there is this direction in Poland to use internal operators to make the project and to operate inside institutions. In Italy, we have the opposite. If you want to find a photographer inside the institution, you cannot find it. Okay? There is no culture anymore inside in terms of practical operation inside the Italian institutions. Okay? And I can say to be almost sure of what I said, because for 15 years we have had as company an internal sector inside the libraries to make digital copies for users. So any users needing digital reproductions, they outsourced inside their local to external company to provide digitizing. And in the National Library of Florence, which maybe it's more important than the Roman one, okay, because of the type and number of collection they have, we still have our people inside. We have our equipments, our scanners, everything. And when they need digitizing, we are operating there. So I'm not saying what is right and what is wrong, but it's interesting that we are both European and we have so different philosophy in terms of working on digital here internally, and in Italy everything is outsourced. But I don't know if the situation here is the same, but in Italy, for example, in the Roman Library, National Library, when I started to work with them about 15 years ago, there were about 1,200 people working in the library, the National Library. Now there are 450. So probably, again, I don't know what is right or wrong. Maybe before 1,200 were too many. Now 450 are few for what they need. But probably they decided to dedicate their efforts to something else. So digital, okay, outside. Probably is that. I don't know. There are some competencies that I really don't have. I always ask the support of specialists, because the provenance, copyright, and location, it's a very, at least in Italy, a very difficult problem to solve. Who is the owner of that object? Who is the owner of the digital copy? Who is the owner of the content of the digital copy? I mean, it's not the same, the ownership of the digital copy and the owner of the digital content inside the digital copy. It makes me crazy. So I don't want to go deeper into that, because it's a subject that I don't know very well. And there are very important experts discussing years and years about those kind of problems. Okay. So when you start to digitize, when you decide to start to digitize some things, is not here now. We were speaking before. We should speak a little bit more between us. I mean, in Italy and also maybe among European countries. Because maybe you start to digitize something which has been already digitized somewhere else. So why do I have to do again the same job? Probably it's better that I dedicate my efforts to something else. But probably you know Europeana, okay, the digital content management collection, digital library, and so on, is not the first case where they refused some contents by the countries because they said, I already have that in my collections. So why did you spend 200,000 euros to digitize something that I already have it? You should make something else, okay? This, I don't have to teach you this. Of course, when you start the digitizing process, probably in a complex organization like a library, archive, or museums, you have a lot of things to do. So digitizing comes to be in contrast or however to be overlapped with other activities. So you have to organize, plan, because probably sometimes there are people that are doing maybe 3 or 4 different activities. So if they are digitizing, maybe they cannot do something else. So I don't know how is the situation here, but of course it's very difficult in some specific organizations to prepare and follow a complex digitizing process. Okay?
So I'd like to say that in Poland, in Polish state archives, there are cases when one person, one worker is...
Wait, because it's the other one.
Is responsible for many tasks like digitization, preservation, archival description, data management, and the staff is very small. Sometimes it's 10 people working in one institution only, and one person has to complete orders from customers and scan for master copies.
Yes, this is, I guess, a problem that we cannot solve by ourselves. This is a problem, for governments. I wouldn't speak about politics now, but, there is a famous sentence in Italy, I don't know if here is the same, we cannot eat with culture. I don't know if you have something like that here. So it's like to say it's useless to invest on culture because to make money to eat, okay, to produce, we had to invest in something else. Okay.
And unfortunately, culture is generally underfunded.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But what I want to stress is that it has been demonstrated, first of all, that culture is not something that should be measured in terms of money, okay? Culture is like, hospitals or something like that. You have to provide people with culture because it's on the basis of our knowledge, so it's something different. But if you would like to measure in terms of money, there are a lot of projects now, also in Italy, to probably you heard that now there are a lot of speaking about selling digital reproductions. Okay. It has been demonstrated that maybe not only with culture we can eat, okay, but we can earn something more. But again, I don't want to go into political. Okay. Yes. This is very important. It is what we were speaking now is the same subject. What is the return of the investment? Okay. If you think about your investment in terms of money and in terms of cost that you must have to process your digitalization plan, I don't say that it's easy, but it's possible to calculate how much the process will cost. Okay. But are you sure about that? Why? Before I asked you if you have idea, how much does it cost to preserve digital materials? Do you have idea about how much does it cost to preserve in times digital materials? I mean, real preservation, not backup. Real preservation. If we should do that according to standard guidelines, there is a lot of talking about that. However, in a professional way, I can assure you that probably the cost is close and maybe more than preserving papers. And it's an exponential number. We are producing thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of images each year, and this cost will be higher and higher and higher. Because the cost is not just, as I told you before, backup the images, but it's checking if images are, in good conditions. Okay, this means to launch some applications which checks the images. There is one very interesting application, I don't know if you know, called Jove, J-O-H-V-E, okay, which is used to check and control the quality, the physical status, okay, of the digital image. And then, what about preserving digital objects in terms of changing the support? So today we have a kind of a hard disk. Tomorrow we will have another one. And so we have to migrate. And maybe today we have TIFF 6.0. Okay, we have been lucky because TIFF has been here in 1989, about as a standard, and still we have it. But if tomorrow we have to migrate the whole digital patrimony into a new standard, you take the whole images and you reverse to these new digital standards. And this is what's happening now in Italy, for example. We have been given a lot of money to make a new digitalization campaign, but part of this money are given to recover old digital campaigns, which are not at the same degree, the same high level, of course, because technology was different, of today. So there are, we will spend a lot of money to take old digital objects, to see if they are integer, if the metadata are correct, if we have to implement. So how much does it cost, all that? A lot. Really, really a lot. So digital is great invention, but if you want to do it at a certain level, it costs a lot. Yes, this is what I told you about. It's not so easy to determine which is the real cost of digitizing an object, which is not just taking an operator, paying him, taking the scanner, paying the scanner, put the cost together and say, okay, the cost of one image is 15 cents of euros. Okay, it's not like that. This is what I told you before. This is something which is helping, like in many other important sectors of industries. The average cost of one scanning, normal scanning more or less, in the cultural heritage world in Italy was 10 years ago €1. Today the average is 30 cents. Why? Because we have applications which works better, we have faster scanners, we have more experience. So from this point of view, like in any other sectors, as I said before, technology is supporting us and helping us to make these processes cheaper. Okay. 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 Yes, we said a lot of things, and we could have many others to say, of course. Any question, consideration, doubt?
So I'd like to ask one question. How are the prices of scans calculated in Italy? What do they depend on?
Okay, I can answer from the point of view of a private company. So it's a point of view which may be different from an institution, you know? Okay. So for me, it's quite easy, because for me, it's an industrial process. So I take my general cost, I take the cost of the people, the cost of people like me, which is, you know, we say unproductive people. I don't push the button. So my cost must be paid by people who push the button on the scanners, you know? The equipments, so all these kind of things, and it's quite easy for me to calculate. It's a little bit different, of course, when you are speaking of institutions, because your aim is not to, generally speaking, to calculate according to your wages, according to the cost of institution. No, it's your objective. You are a cultural institution, so it doesn't matter if it costs 30 cents or 40 cents, okay? I say it doesn't matter, but it matters, of course, because someone maybe is checking these processes to say if it's sustainable. Someone is asking, some institution are asking to the government for money to make this project, so you have to calculate. Well, my answer is that you should have the same approach of a private company. You have to demonstrate inside the institution that I will produce as a private company. This is the only answer I can give you. So, if you demonstrate to the entity which must give you the money that you are productive, probably, I would say, that it's easier for the money giver to finance those projects. This is the only answer that I can give you. Okay, I will tell you which is my ideal scanner, what I would like to have in one scanner, okay? Above all for document, books, etc. A1 area, why A1? Because probably in A1 area you can put 95% of the materials you can find in the archives and libraries, okay? From small books to newspapers, small maps. So 400 PPI for me is the right average, not 300, maybe sometimes it's too low, sometimes. 600 for me is useless in most of times, so 400 PPI. I prefer area sensor because it's faster, it's cheaper, and I guess that now the technology is going only towards area sensor and not linear sensors. This is interesting. I would like to have the possibility to exchange the book cradle with the flat. So depending on the documents that you have to do, in 10 minutes, I would like to have the possibility to detach the book cradle and put the plate. Okay? 2 or 4 cold lights at this temperature. Why 2 or 4? Because changing the angulation of the lights, you can work better on many kind of documents. Vary the angle of the stirrups and lamps to be sure that you have the right illumination anytime for any single project. I prefer independent electronic plates because you can be more precise. So if you remember, we have seen the Zeuchel, which has natural balance, but it's not the best solution for me. Once the object has been positioned, not more than 2 seconds for scans. But this is with the technology that we have today, it's almost normal. Okay? For me, this is the ideal scanners. My ideal application, we have seen before, okay? We put everything, we made just that it's interesting to have an application for scanning. Here, I want to have the possibility to control everything about camera. I want the possibility to change the threshold, great flexibility in changing the camera, possibility to change manually to any kind of file naming, auto detection, possibility to select how much border I want around the images, detection in real time. This is saving a lot of time, so you put your documents and you have auto detection of the ages. Uniformity, in any case, color and illumination. The application must support you in having great uniformity in terms of illuminance, in terms of colors. Delta color around 2, not more, to have the best color that you can imagine. Okay? Measurable, it must be measurable. Okay? I spoke about this an hour ago. The file name for me is very important. It remains something which is very important. Okay? But not only the file name, but also the folder structure. If you put together a logical folder structure and the file name, you have a small digital library in your file system. No matter what we will use in the future to open those files, if I have folders which communicates to me which material is inside that folder, and nomenclature file naming which communicates, say, important information, there will be a higher possibility to recover those information, even if you don't have any more metadata which are associated to those files, and even if these files are not anymore in a digital platform. Okay? Yes. Metadata. Here, we don't have time, of course, to speak deeply about that, but metadata is really an issue. Okay? It's becoming a real issue. We spoke before about cost. It's becoming more costly to produce right metadata than digital images. Even if we have many applications to do it, automatically, but it's never an automatic, total automatic process. But some of the information that you have to manually retrieve from your digital images can be retrieved during the scanning. Just to make you an example. One of the tags, which is inside the XML files, usually in metadata, is what is that image, okay? If that image is page number 1, page number 2, if it's the, I don't know, the English term, the front of the page, if it's the index or whatever. When you are digitizing, you have that image in front of you. So you have to decide, or you can decide, if in that moment you can put something when you are digitizing which informs after that that image is page 1, page 2, page 3, or whatever. Otherwise, you have to take back, when you finish digitalization, pages. You start again to watch any single pages and write somewhere, this is page 1, page 2, page 3, okay? So, it's not so easy to do that, and it's not maybe, again, the right solution. It depends on the projects, but my advice is to balance the moment in which you digitize and any kind of information that you can easily put while you are digitizing, so to avoid to take again the images after and insert other information. So this is really very important, can save you a lot of time. This we have seen before. Coffee break is not anymore. Multispectral. I will not speak about Metamorphose and Fudgy, because at this time it's a little bit long, but just to give you an idea of the application that we have seen before, the Fudgy 4 starts, there is a maximum error of 6, average error of 3, Metamorphose 10 and 4. These are the value with the DocuPic in any, but it's not DocuPic indeed. It's the technology of Marcello Melis, which have been inserted into DocuPic. So we are using his technology to put in DocuPic to reach those results. With a normal camera, probably you are familiar with Fudgy and Metamorphose. This is a report made by software by an American company, probably the best. I don't know if you know Don Williams. He's very well known in the digital world, so he has been working in this world for many years. And we bought his application because when you tested your device and you reached the 4 stars, like the hotels, this doesn't mean that tomorrow, if external conditions are changing, you have the same results. So what you should do to assure your customer or whoever you need to assure is having that application, scanning the chart, color chart, putting on the plates, starting these reports, and demonstrating with this application that your device, your application in that particular moment is compatible with 3 stars or 4 stars level of this. Because just to make you an example, lights becomes, they are losing power, okay? Just minimal difference in terms of illuminance can create different results in terms of colors. So, if you see that you are losing power in lights, you have to change your lights, of course. And this is one of the few instruments that can give you enough assurance that your device, your configuration, is compatible with high quality standards. Okay? Basic principles about metadata. Okay. Here in the demonstration, I say that we have just 50 minutes, but this hour after 1 day presentation, this is about my condition. So, just if you want to sign about this address there, this is the Museum Galileo in Florence. They are using a product called Synapse, which for me it's a good example of digital library. I won't use our time now again because we are at the end of presentation. Maybe if I will have the possibility to have the mails or participants, I would like to send some further information about something that we didn't have the time today to say. And maybe if you want, you can go deeper into those details. Because of course, the choice, and here I finish, the choice that you make in terms of digitizing processes is also very well related to the content management system you are reversing. So the last advice is when you imagine your digitizing process, yes, we have seen many factors that we have to consider, but one of the most important is where this object will be located. And so this can give some advices on how to treat images, digitizing technical details, metadata, and so on. Okay. I don't know if you have some answers. Otherwise, we have only 5 minutes. Easy answers, please.
So I'd like to ask one more question that would pertain to a persistent issue in digitization. It's an issue of quality versus quantity, and to what extent should we follow quantitative norms in our work, in your opinion?
I have been driven in my life that it's always there for me, is balance, which is beautiful word, okay, but very difficult to respect and to reach. So I guess I don't have an answer for that, okay. Any single process, any single project for me has a different balance in terms of going to productions or going to quality. There is no rule, okay? Take, for example, Leonardo images. You have just once in your life, so you must have, of course, not production, but the highest possible quality, okay? If you have to digitize documents that must be just read it, probably you don't need quality, but you need production.
But should the same...
I will not disrupt you this time. I'll join you if you...
Okay. I was afraid because...
I guess I can say Andreas' answer in 2 words, and that is, it depends.
Yes, that is. My aim was not to give the solution, because there is not the real solution, is to give the most widened panorama of solutions in terms of technical details, devices, software, advices, and then it's up to you.
Or the persons who pay for the digitization.
Oh, yes, this can also be.
And
yes.
your skills in convincing the people who decide on the funds is very important.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, thank you very much.
No more questions. Thank you. You may ask questions. You all know my email address. You can send them to me, and I'll pass them over to Andrea, and he will be kind enough to answer the easy ones.
It will be no, complicated.
And
In this case, complicated because I will be relaxed after one day. Wait, this is complicated.
No.
I can.
Probably tomorrow I will have tons of new questions, but it will be too late to ask them today. I can only thank you very warmly. It was a very valuable meeting. Can we ask you questions by email about technical things that we might not know? Can we count on your help?
It's centrum.competencji@bn.org.pl, and I'll pass them over.
Yes, absolutely. It will be a pleasure, really. Because for me, if there are some questions that I cannot answer, it's an imprinting for me to study again and finding new solution to answer your questions. So it's stimulation.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you for being here with us. And next year, sometime, we might meet again, definitely. And the recording of this session will be put online on the National Library of Poland's website. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you, and thank you very much.